Alrighty, we are here again for yet another day on the Hydroneer. Yes, day 43 to be exact. Happy Thursday for you guys. What we did yesterday, to recap, that may not have seen the whole stream or video on YouTube, we have added conveyor belts. Basically finished off the last two belts on the ends. And we had added some more windows to extend the funnels. Added those 2 lanes of conveyor belts. And before that, we put all the other conveyor belts and pipes in and such. So last stream, we were able to put in more windows for everything. Could have windows down by the conveyor belts as well. Yep. Some spots we just couldn't reach from the floor above, so all that is good. FPS is doing okay. EJ, how's it going, man? Exactly. Big woohoos to you as well. Might need to put a window there, but probably not. He lives for reals, exactly. I live for cookies too. Lots of cookies. Soft ones. So yeah, trying to basically get all the windows all set up. And obviously we missed some, yeah. All depends where you put your cart and everything, yada yada yada. So still needing to buy some more windows. We were installing windows on this one here. So almost finished on this side in a sense. And there's a cart for the windows. So yeah, need more windows. And I will show you how to buy windows. A lot at a time. Just buying 5 or 10 at a time, not really needed, not worth it. And of course it works, but you can buy a couple hundred at a time. Yes, you do have to lift each one by one and set it down. Don't use mods, and we don't use creative mode. There are mods that will let you like put one item into a box and then count it up to 50. Then you can load those boxes in your cart or truck or what have you. Now, since those are technically into an inventoried box, they technically don't represent anything in the world. Therefore, there's no lag when you go to move. Say 10 of those boxes holding 50 each, 500 windows or what have you. So there's the windows that we need to buy. So basically, I come over here and line the cart up somewhere yonder, and try to get a decent spot to where the window will actually start part of the cart that kind of logged on, latched onto. So basically, just try to find a spot where it'll drop for the minimal heights, and just keep loading them in. This is working pretty good. Using a controller, so it's easy to pick up and lay down. You probably do it with the mouse. No. Left click, right click. No. I reassign the mouse button or the mouse wheel button. So at least that kind of works, you know. And also on joystick, I remapped the left trigger to pick up and drop. You can also use X as well. So lots of ways. But how are things going for you there, Mr. EJB Modding? Hopefully things are good and well, man. Just wanted to cap a little bit of this. Even pressing the X button as fast as I can, it's still loading up good. Now, if a window decides to kind of wiggle around on you a little bit, it's going to take time before the next window is able to be placed into the cart. Now, the downfall of loading 300, 400, 500 windows is you're not going to have a lot of FPSs to move around. You want to make 100 trips or 1. That's up to you. Now, yes, you could load this into the back of a truck, but the truck doesn't really do great at low FPS at the moment. So there's that. So grab the cart, look down, make sure you can set the cart down. That's not too bad. Like 900 coin worth? Okay. So about 250? No. 225. 200 would be 800, and then usually 100 coin more, and they're only 4 each. So whatever, 200 something. Make sure you buy them. Make sure you buy them. It's so easy to just grab and go and forget to buy. Done it. It happens. So we have 200-ish windows without having to do exact math guessing. And we're about 7 or 8 FPS. Not too bad, really. Considering. The reason I like the carts, they can go to a lot of places the trucks cannot. So yeah, they're a lot more versatile than the truck is, which is very nice. If we can get on in through here to the FPS. Oh, that's right. Still keep forgetting about that. Yeah, we'll have to kind of mosey on down here, but kind of have to go down on stuff anyway. Alright. Now, sometimes turning around is a little slow, so drop your cart, turn around, pick it back up, good to go. Works really well. So, come down here. I like to go in between the 2 spots that I'm working, so that way if there is like 300, 500 windows, the cart doesn't really want to move around as fast. You don't have to move the cart back and forth around all that much. So we'll go turn everything on. So we'll get the Platinum running. We have 1080 T2 machines here. Our filter repairing system. We're all stocked up. We still haven't bought any tool bags in a while. Now, for those that run pipe for a long distance, 42 pressure, not a lot. Slap a Shardy bar into a pressure tank, go up to 307. The gauge is reading what the pipe takes away, which is 2.5%. These can't do decimal points, so they round up, so therefore it's reading 368, which is what the next pipe would basically get. So on and so on and so on. So, before your harvester, make sure you have a pressure tank with a shard bar in it, preferably. Otherwise, it won't boost anything to the same pressure what your intake pipe is giving you. How it works. So, belts are going zippity quick, pretty nice. Having lots of nice pressure. Everything should be going. Our T1 pipe piping network is now our belting network. That's good. Obviously, we have some parts of the floor is missing, so we can walk up. Kind of wonder if I still hit the floor. Yeah, still hit the floor for some reason. Didn't do it before on the double width stairs, but we do now. Our good buddy Steve was helping me out here a little bit with the on-off button type working for here, so if we ever do get a massive clog here, I don't have to remove the window and try to laser guide right onto the tip of that handle and activate said gem compressor. But every time that him and I have been trying to add a button onto it, what ends up happening is this resets and when one gem passes through, it activates the whole system. What he had tried earlier was always one spot away. Basically putting a bunch of logic pipes here. I think before that he put the diode around there, you know, just kind of moved it back one, put a T here, brought it up and over, and had the button coming out, button, you know. Pretty interesting. Now, wouldn't mind it, obviously, if it was over there. Come back here, press the button, you know, shut up the logic power, you know, different things, but when he had tried it again, it basically started going in the one gem loop, and one gem would pass through and then it would activate. Rather than say trying to put it on here, so I could put a second keypad on there. He said when you press 0 it activates it, but for me it just adds another 0. So basically I have to cancel it out, so put 50 back into it, hit the green to activate the number is my guess. That'd be nice as if we just did that and it would activate, you know, set everything through and set the cycle and go. That'd be nice. So we're trying to come up with a decent small way to basically just add a button on here and trigger everything. I often wondered if we had put a button onto the reader somehow, because if we look at the reader there, where how the signal goes, so basically info comes in from the top and info comes out the side. What I'm wondering is if we would say put a button on here, you know, you'll have a T, yeah, T right there. That there for now. Got some ads rolling. Those that are not subbed, I do appreciate you guys hanging around. There's the T. To watch ads to help support the stream. So just wondering on logic stuffs, do that. Yeah. That buttons. It was just kind of a wonder. Now you put straight and put a diode on there. The only stuff goes one way. The wrong way. Kind of just wanted to have it facing outward. Didn't use a button, but basically I was thinking whenever this hits its magic number, you know, it would trigger it, send out a signal, you know? Figure if you interrupt this and it worked, but this one is the greater and equal. We have it facing the right way, so it's good. So it's just kind of a, how to say, let me do stuff, damn. It's just kind of a wonder of how to really get it to kind of trigger it, you know. We put it down on here, we can get it to trigger, but it's just kind of a wonder of what specifically need to be, you know, where would it need to be put in order to get it to trigger. I would kind of think maybe if you got it off of here, but you'd have to move some stuff back a little bit or something. But I would always figure if you know, tapped it into here, that it would basically assume it's like the number pad and it meant the number or something and it trigger it off, you know. But let's get some jimmies rolling through here. Have sets so we can kind of get some stuff in motion. Set this to 10. There we go. As soon as one gem passes, we'll get it. Didn't really seem to go, but it did reset. But at least we don't only have to wait for 10 of them to go by, you know. Logic requires some thinking, but it's hard because there's nothing really set in stone to tell us how everything works, other than it works in pulses and ones and zeros. 1 is on, 0 is off. Yeah, so there's that. So, button up there doesn't really seem to do anything. I wonder if we put it up on here, because that would technically trigger it to reset, since the number would be met. And that could work. So let me turn these off. That could work. I don't know if it superly will. You know, pretty much waiting for the dirt to get off the conveyor belt and get done being sorted. There we go. Alright, so drop that. Put the elbow back on there. I know we have extra elbows. Yeah. It's just kind of a wonder, yeah, if we can kind of set it up. Now, getting off on this, quite interesting. Should be able to put a T in there. Roll on down, man. Alright. Now to get it to in there, just the mouse wheel a little bit, you know. If we could do that. Put this, depending on which way it's gonna go. That way. So try that. And then button. Jensen button, yeah. Okay. But that didn't, that turned it off. That's not how I'm wanting it to work, but okay. Interesting. Turn it back on. Okay, that turns off. Weird. Kinda don't want it doing that. If we take the diode off for some crazy reason. send some gems through it and see. Curious if it went back to just resetting down to one gem. I think at times it would actually just turn off the valve and leave it off or something, but oh, we got two. That's good. It's very interesting though. Base button's not superly interfering with it at the moment. I know 10's not gonna take much for it to trip again. See what happens there. It just totally turns it off. I wonder if it needs like a flip-flop or something on there. Seeing what it was doing in case it was tripping out on just one. Well, I sort of got it to go. I wonder if we just use the handle. The lever, I should say. Do it that way. Okay. We might be back to the one thing. Maybe not. No, went to 5, so that's good. Okay. I think the lever does either a 0 or a 1. You know. I don't think it's doing any different. Okay, that just turned it off. Alright. So, okay. Good. Hopefully that lets it trip back. Okay, okay. Maybe. Okay, it's counting up. Okay, good. I was just making sure. 2 is more than 1, but you just want to make sure. Okay. No diode, just extended out. You just put that there and hopefully not run into it much. Right. Up with hope, down with dope. Or the down with dope, up with hope. See, now we're getting a buckle there. That's what I was wanting the magnet for. This is the exact reason why I wanted everything here. To basically shut it off, I guess. And we can unstuck all this shit. Then turn it back on. Basically just didn't want to remove the window. Yeah. Oh, that was quick. But if you don't have too much backed up, here you could just let it roll. And of course it will stay on, and of course every 10 it'll auto compress, you know. Okay, yeah. Not too shabby, eh? Now we purposely unlocked the tool holder because I was standing back here and let go of the magnet to put it in the rack, and it just dropped. So, oh, we had a straight right here. Ah, figures. Mean. Put that over in our junk pile there, yeah. Okay, so no diode, no nothing. Just gotta trip out the reader basically and whether it gets a signal or not. So up is on, down is off. Basically tripping it out. Yes. Wonder if it still works. Doesn't seem like it. Okay, for some reason the handle does that. I think it just maybe has to be reset once it gets put on or something. Alright, now that's staying off, good. So they have a little bit of work to do on the system. Yeah, there we go. Making sure it's not clogging. Any cloggins here, yeah? Alright, cool. And that Stapy. That's Pulpy. Yep. 5 p.m. Bridgeport announcer. Yeah. That's that. Try to get another picture here. It wasn't really a video or GIF or anything. Don't know all to do with jiffies. Wonder. Right here. Down here and everything. Yeah. Copy that. Got that at least. Have the true time of the stream. 32 minutes, okay. Yeah. Plateau, so he gets the tag. There we go. Right on, right on. Right, so, oddly enough, it's just a fresh mind and everything. Say new thinkings. Yeah. We'll just back it at 100, so it powers up and lights the hell out. Yeah. Not really, but yeah. So yeah. Full saves. Now, to keep it, I want to say, interesting, I could that, so not really hitting anything else by accident. So yeah, it's not bad. I can live with that. So lets us see stuff is. So basically it triggers the delay that obviously turns it all off, lets you do whatever, and that resets it. Yeah, freaking so simple. Crazy. Alright, no gems are clogging up there, so that's fine. Seems good, looks good. Was simpler than it thought. But when logic becomes just so logic-y that it's just simple, yeah. Interesting. Back to the windows. I'll just go over here. Got out of here yesterday. And we'll get back to building on here. Super boring. But again, it basically shows how to do some that window. Logic stuff is where yes. Now if you're crouched, you will not fall off the walls, floors, whatever's, what have yous. See kind of where it goes. See, the thing is, I don't even know. We can walk on the edge. Can we grab a window out? Really? Just a wonder. Not terribly. Got one. That's just kind of a wonder how far. Okay. Not too bad. I don't just bring the cart down there, man. I don't know. It's just a spot that we get stuck in. Yeah. Gotcha. Jump, fuckers. A spot where it doesn't let me jump, yeah. Alright, can we pass this? No? That's nice. Yeah, there's just certain areas that are just dicks to you. Won't let you go back up. But I know that's what the stairs are for. Which we did not replace last time. Yep, we didn't replace the stairs. Alright. Alright, so let's take that out of there so we can at least walk. And we have an extra floor. That's good. We'll just put it there so we know not to kind of walk through that since we couldn't walk up the foundation or the bedrock area anyway. That out so we aren't running into that floor all the time. We'll just slap that there. Right on, right on, right on. Now, kind of one of those again, do you have a window there or not? But you do now. But now you want to take the pipe. That's one downfall of, say, not having things locked. Sometimes you just kind of pick them back up. Yeah, kind of sucks. But it happens. Wanted to wait until the autosave was completely done before I pressed a button. My luck could grab a damn drill. People are like, how do you do everything without picking everything up? Nothing's locked. Crazy. Just try to go slow. Slow is fast and fast is slow. smooth as fast as well. Sometimes you try to rush it too much and it's like, oh shit, just lost a finger. Don't do that. Don't lose fingers. They hurt. Oh, they hurt when you lose them, I'm sure. So even at 16 FPS and sensitivity turned up to 11 or 5 really. Doing pretty good. Got the TV turned up. The music was just barely on. Yes, streaming computers going through my TV. Like it. Well, that's fine, I guess. I was just thinking go lower with it, but that's fine. Get you down there. A lot of stuff in its way. Game doesn't know what to trigger on. I curl it back and I can fit in there, but I extend it out further and it goes up. That's nice. Do what works, whatever. It's all good. It's game logic. Do whatever fits. We had it back there. Basically, I was aiming at that pipe. So it's assuming I want to probably play something in front of it. Or be correct. I kind of want to put one behind. So here I'm going to have to push the mouse, then the view, try to get it past. Or just spin it around so you can get into the cube. Once it's in the cube area that you want it to go to, spin it around so you can basically get it to go where you would wish. So it's just trying to work it till it works, does what you want it to do. Go. Just wish we could adjust that on the controller. That'd be really nice. But I believe the game says partial controller support, so if it said full, then you should be able to fully do everything with the controller. And that you can't, partial. Which makes sense. So we're starting the stream a bit earlier today to hope that more will enjoy it, so to speak. So hope. Got an okay amount of sleep last night, so kind of helped out. Very cool day today. It was hotter after midnight than it is now. Gonna be 60 for today and tomorrow. Probably mow the lawn and tomorrow morning or something. Or sometime tomorrow, it just doesn't really matter when. I'm the one doing it. And it would be nice to have the camera set up before I do that, but I think I'm gonna have to make something to hold the camera up by the window so it's not like resting on a little 2x4 block or something. Something sturdy. You know, something halfway decent, whatnot. Something. Nice is the threads that are on the camera mount parts, or parts that you would mount a camera to. The thread is a 1/4-20, and that's a very, very common bolt, which is very nice. I was actually kind of shocked the one day that I saw that it turned out to be a 1/4-20 thread, and I'm like, really? Good, it wasn't some crazy fractional size or a metric size that no one has. You know, quarter 20 tap is very easy to come across, or adds old tools, whatever, you know. A very, very common tap versus very specific fractional size, or I want to say a quarter 28, which is national fine, quarter 20 is national course, at least the last I remember. So there's that. We'll continue the windowage up there. It's gonna be there at some point anyway, so might as well put them up there. But the old saying is, earlier you start, the earlier you can end and get into bed. But I'm always in bed. So it's whatever is whatever. Situated there. Just looking at the first funnel extension, so we did put 2 at the end. Just in case dirt pops back out for some reason. Stop crouching, that's why. Wonder why I wasn't running. That would do it. Down there too. Definitely stops the water from coming out. Oddly enough. Damn. You heard that, didn't you? That's my house settling. It's always nice. Oh, you have a concrete slab. Your house isn't gonna settle. Oh, shit. Told people that, you know, have done that construction or something, and they're like, no, you're good. You got a foundation, you know, you concrete floor, concrete pad, your house is on that, you're fine, you're not going anywhere. It's just, my guess is people will say it's settling, but my guess is it's just heating, you know, it's just expansion, heating and expanding, you know. Get in there. Hold in there. Doesn't really matter, but to make it look nice and authentic, it'll work fine. Doesn't take too long to put a couple windows on things. So we'll put some angle down there for now so we can get on up in there, yeah. One, so yeah, that'll work. And we can rob the angles from, not a big deal. As long as we can kind of get in there and back on out and everything. Got a window there, good. And a window there, awesome. The way we have something to step on, you know. Wrong window. Wanted an angled one. Doesn't really matter where the angles come from. Not at all. trying to do it the hard way and just work. Keep it simple, man. Simple works. Good to go, good to go. More windows. Sunny out. Cold breeze 14 miles an hour? Dang. Thought I felt a nice cold breeze. Thanks. Actual temp by the reader is 77 degrees. It was 80 earlier for opening the window. 60-degree temps year round. Sign me up. Where do I gotta live? How much does it cost to get them? We have like 4 houses in like 3 different countries. Yeah. Oh, gotta be that way? Okay. Move every 3 months. Awesome. Get right, you have nice weather all the time. Be fine with that. Anything else I can see? Need any? Yep, kind of. Figure there'd be spots that we just couldn't see from the other side. Doesn't seem like there was one there. Slap it on in there. There's one there. There we go. What works, man? Head up. Ain't gonna build itself, so supposed to get to it, yeah? I must be busy. Really much in the stream here. Oh, dead. Meow, meow, meow. At the draw distance, the mouse wheel, accidentally putting it too far down. Just it a little bit more. Yeah, it just depends how close you are. So. Ow. I know building is super enthusiastic, but today without any conversations in chat, there's no whole lot to talk about. But it's like a store. Keep the store open. If people want to stop in, they can stop in. You can't stop in if you're not open. But if you have any questions or wonders or how the hell does this work, can you show me? I sure can. I'm here to help, aim to please, whether it be in the Hydroneer Discord or streaming on here. I'm willing to help if I know how to help you. I do have the Hydroneer role in their Discord, getting more than 100 folks who are helping people out and doing cool things and such. Mostly helping folks. If you'd like to see a tour of our factory, so to speak, or build, or claim, just ask. More than happy to do it. We have 63 T2s running at the moment while we're building, because if we turn them all on, we wouldn't be able to move. When FPS doesn't work out too well. It's not about how big your computer is, it's the game engine trying to calculate everything. That's what lags people out. So, to give you an idea, this is what we've been doing and what we're working on. wood, lots of stuff. Yeah. And they're gonna go way up to the sky. Probably 40,000 plus T1 drills. Stupid insane. Might get near 2,500 or 3,000 T2 drills. Be at least about 800 extra onto here. And maybe 500 on the other side-ish. It's adding on to the 1,080 that we already have. It's stupid crazy. Now we have windows and conveyor belts there, so kinda did we miss any bolts? Looked like it. Looks like it did good. So first it'll down into here. And if you stand in front of the water, times I'll push it. Yeah. And if we look down here, we can see that there's dirt down there going in. Getting sorted out. Jimmy stuff still doing good after we put a little switch on here. Put a little switch there. Sets it, activates it, pauses the belt and everything. You can turn it back on. Basically resets it again, turns everything back on, back to normal. Very nice. It just came up with it today. Basically tee it off of the signal wire that's supposed to reset the counter. Basically you're tripping that to make everything else thinks that the number has been reset, so it has to activate everything. Pretty cool. Yeah, there's a chunk of dirt there. How did you get way over? Interesting. Huh. Good. Put that right on in there and process it. Gone dirt. Yeah, sometimes I think dirt passes through things when it shouldn't, you know. There's the rest of the logic stuff. 2 1-second delays. A diode right, no, sorry, a flip-flop hook, sorry, a flip hook right there. Terms. Crazy. Diode there. I was just making sure it was only one. But yeah, it's a weird way of doing things. But we do what works. Go from there. Oh, that's right, stuff was up on the next level. Forgot. Yeah, we start on this one. That's quite over there. See if we can get to that. There we go. Should be able to reach over here and grab some window. Very nice. The drills aren't in the way, so we can see what the hell we're doing. Dirks, how's it going? Hopefully things are good and well, man. Autosave. Line this side up on the bottom here. Don't have to stretch too far to do that. Be buying a lot more windows today. Window day. Window week, almost. Make sure I was crouched so I don't go falling off. Like you'll die or anything, just rather not do it. Sounds good. Don't really need one underneath the conveyor. Too far away. But right there, yes. Down here, don't superly need it there, but whatever. Work. Really need one there, but guess we could. As long as it, you know, as long as it fits, it fits, yeah. As long as it fits in there, it should do fine. Situate stuff up, you know. You get to put one more drill here just because you kind of get curled out in a sense from the bedrock. Pretty much doing what works, and I don't think we're gonna need the angled window there to get in, so it's enough on that. Don't even have to jump. Thanks. So, go. Get a window there. There we go. Kind of helps you get back up even if you don't really need it there, you know. Yeah, okay. I zoomed out with the mouse wheel, yet didn't make a difference. Did not matter. Alright, go. Slap it there for now. Now, this, we're gonna have to here. Need to be just a little bit closer to where we're working. That's fine. Not so much closer, but being able to doing, should say. Yeah, it's just not enough. There we go. Right on. Evidently I was not crouched. Nuts. I didn't do it either. Yeah, you don't know until you try. We're gonna just jump over there versus walk all the way around. Crouch. Get up to the edge. Put or and put the windows in. Looking good. Set things up around the border, then we can just kind of end as we wish. Nice being 60 degrees out. So nice. We do have more than 60,000 weights of Cloutium to make 200 more, 100 plus more E2 drills. Very nice. Takes a bit of time to get that much all gathered up. That's why we only run so many drills while we're building. Otherwise, we just run like 200 or 300 and stand there and count our monies. But the more you run, the more the engine has to calculate and do things, and therefore the engine bogs down and your FPS gets less. Stuff is fine. Your computer has less to do, so therefore it's you can utilize less. Same with your GPU. Now, if you weren't doing much in the game and your CPU is at like 100%, damn house, CPU is at 100%, and you're lagging out, just running like 5 drills, then yeah. At that point, your CPU is what's causing the lag in the game. Damn it. It's game being slow and everything. Really? Just wanted to drop it. Oh, that's right, I'm crouched. Press the wrong buttons. Plus, press the button while the curve was highlighted, so. Yeah. But as long as you have a good CPU, CPU doesn't really matter. The game's more CPU bound than anything. And we're out of windows. Actually, let me drop this. I'm not crouched. That way we can jump if we need to. Can't jump while you're crouched, even if you uncrouch yourself while holding the carts. Doesn't work that way. Back to buying more windows. Seems like about 200 or so at a time. Does pretty good. When you get about 400 windows, that's when you're really in the low single digit of the FPS range. Pretty much get our cart somewhere yonder somewhere. Yeah, let's move it over some. Seemed to work out pretty good last time. I think I was getting the cart too much on these wooden roofs. Wood roof. We have a 1x1 corner piece. Yeah, there you go. No, it's not a window. Still like it. We can kind of buy that ends 6-piece. Yeah. Actually, standing up. That looks like it's up a bit, man. Trying to get it to where it's not up on anything. Weird. Still kind of seems it's tagging a part of the wood roof. Yeah, that looks better. Evidently, the roof extends out a little bit. There's that. Hell yeah. Left them windows up. Yeah, have a good spot here. I guess just making sure that the card is actually flat. That makes sense. 59.5 degrees? I'd say it's going down. Cold as it's been all day. Really. If I go super fast with the button, sometimes the windows drop a little early. It happens. This as in progress, but for 15 seconds there we go. Bob starter kit, yeah, right. Adds 1 of 3. A bunch of windows. So the Bitcoin bumped up to the mid 19,000s, and that's back down a little bit. We're able to cash out some Bitcoin earlier, so that was nice. About an hour or two after I cut the stream off. So go figure. Alright, so now gonna get up on here, grab your cart. Look down. Sure you're in the buy area. Good. 1040 windows. Slap that in there. Drop. Fuck. That. Dude. Not too bad. 250 windows. 100 would be 400 coin, 800 is 200, half a quarter is 2, so 200 on 800 is 1,000, so 250 windows. I guess when you really get above 300 for windows, that's when it's really starts lagging you hard. But 200 and 250, not too bad. That nice, yes. Now that's one is the first layer. Oh, that's nice cold breeze coming in. It's dropping. Dropping nice. Always watch the handles of the carts. I'll let you see where stuff is supposed to be really being put and done. We're low on the FPS. That's better. Yeah, we're gonna have to check the claim here. Check the processing sorting area. Yeah, we gotta back up. Get the low FPS, it kind of does that. Yeah, there goes a bunch. That must have been backed up on there too. Oh. Crazy. Demos. Demos are good. Right, what I wanted to do, place that right there. Ah, so much better. Have to get stuck in a fucking corner anymore. I'd used plenty of these on the 1034 David and Goliath funnel. We didn't have angled windows at that time. So, it had windows, but you're making a funnel. Doesn't really work. Doesn't work at all. It's not. It doesn't really work. It's just wrong angle. Got right angles, not unright angles. I know that's not a word, but whatever. All works. That's why you don't go away from your claim too far or too long. You know. Right, that was 100 gems being compressed. Nice. What our calcium is so far. 2 grand, that's not bad at all. Left that onto what we already have. Almost 64,000 calcium. Hell yeah. Alright. Put that there. We'll try to tally up what we actually did in one day. Give that a try, yeah. I really can't get over that. So, if this works. Yeah. Right. Rocket Farms. Now, back to window building. Deeper barn window building. Slap that timer up there for you guys. Not really a timer, but information. Reason why you guys are seeing ads. Now we got a report of our ad revenue on Tuesday's stream. And really fucking nice. Surprisingly really nice. Over $5 worth of ads. Insane. Most to date. Seeing it now. See that you've been in chat for a while. Hopefully things are going good and well for you, dude. Do that. And if you have any questions or wonders, feel free to ask. I'm here to help. I thought I picked it up. Don't press a button. Then go grabby. Sure. Okay. Once in a great while, there'll be a window inside of another window. It happens. Fortunately enough, nothing. I would say nothing goes through the windows. Obviously, the dirt from the drills do, but nothing like water or anything that needs to go somewhere else, basically. In other words, it's not crashing the game, which is nice. It's very helpful part. Here I was down, crouched, I should say. There we go. Further? Ah, sweet. I gave it a couple clicks on the wheel, but mouse also goes to sleep, so it probably was just waking it up, and then only got a couple clicks on the wheel or whatever they call it. You know. Huh? You know, at times I can tag it right down into there, but not today, man. Not today. Looking at the border of where we need to put windows. Once you get a kind of a border, just like putting the puzzle together, putting the inside parts is a little bit easier. And there's a window inside of a window. That happens. All that row looks like it. Awesome. On to the other sides and doing those windows as well. Be able to turn on more drills. See how they kind of work. But we have some spots of the other funnels that kind of extra windows that might need to go around and patch some spots. Come on. There you go. Oh, went there. Wasn't sure if it moved ahead a little spot or not. It looks good. Get on in here and take a look-see. Couple little steps down. Got a couple here. A pipe too? That's a bitch. That sucks. Straight old pipo, huh? Yeah, we had some pipes around here. Maybe. Straight ones they'll put over here. That's elbows. Put the straight ones. There's bare belts. Look from up here a little bit easier. Maybe. As much as I had thought. We left them on one of the floors here. And now we ran out of the street. Oh, I know where they're at. They're on the main bottom floor. Chance to look at this stuff. Oh. Looking good. Feel that's missing. Uncrouch, thank you. Carts around there somewhere. Gotcha. That'll be a lot simpler. Both sides. Don't need that one there. Leftover bottom windows, that's our. That's a bad spot. Out from this, put to that. Yeah. Good. Already boxed in. Don't need those. Reload. Out of here. Alright, both sides. First are good. Here. Done that just yet. Oh, I pressed a button and the president took a pipe. That has nukes. And past that. Oh. All of aircraft. Make it easy, we'll bring the curtain windows over there. Keeps it simpler. That way we're not wondering if there's one in this spot or that spot. Keep shit simple and do what works, man. KSS, DWW rules. Or just common sense. Okay. Happy streaming. Nice. Got home from work. Been streaming all day, so 70 was at work. A little bit. And controller, a lot of times it's easier just to run back and forth, then turn around. If you're on mouse, it's a lot faster. But I mentioned, and controller, you don't have to wait. Then, you know, while turning, then turn around. Here you can just grab it, run backwards, pop. But you could turn and move, you know. There was one that didn't have a window. Buzzed out on me. Sounds good. Sure, all the other windows are. Oh, yeah, need some windows there. So you can walk right through here. There we go. Gotta turn my belly around, I guess. Something. This whole row on 63 T2. Dropping dirt. It takes a bit of time for the dirt to get down there. Yeah. Sure, everything down here is doing what it's supposed to. No Kenny cloggins or anything. Went into the harvester, nice. Yep, got one stalled there. That was really clogging on them, so. Taking my informations. Alright, seems good. Have to do this. Working, that's doing fine. Right here. Oh, next line up. Yep. Both sides. Got you. Hook. Yeah, that's not looking too good there. Oh, yeah. Whole section here. Just couldn't reach it. Three windows, man. Don't need them there, so get them out of there. Turns red, probably go in. Doesn't mean it will. Light. Light, yeah. Looking better. Very nice. Magic pressure changing a little bit. Try to pop them ears. Wow, 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 wow. That one. Oh, actually, we might think about it. True. Because we haven't extended these out yet. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Lay down, lay down.
Don't need a window there. Makes sense. I'd like to not have a huge pile of dirt laying somewhere and lagging us out. That'd be nice. Making sure. One there, not. Seems good. Ah. Rat. Got everything on this side. That's situated. Down over here. Oh, then they're pretty good. Hang on, go, Mike. Oh, bing, 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 no. Come on, Nick. Something. Ugh. Oh, these. Click, you do stuff, yes. Ah. Nice. Chance it. Ready to take the damn drill out. Really? That's locked? One freaking window. Down there. Now we can grab windows. Go to town. God. Yeah, I know. Checking on the bug report that I had sent in. Pretty getting stuck on the belt. Work. Girls. The window will let me up there. Very nice. That should work. Like it has a window there. Very nice. Yeah, that's right. I know where everybody's at. They're all watching the foosball. That's the devil's foosball. Probably just cart up here and do these up here, so that's fine. Get a good portion of the way up there. Too bad. Gotcha. That's the wrong one. There we go.
Don't even know what you need.
Thought I had a double the window up there. And sure enough, it was doubled up. Be close or that far away anymore. That's good. At some point we'll run out of windows here. There you go. We're out of windows. Right on. So far, so good. Yeah, the jimmies are doing. Gemsters. So far, so good. Have to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Trying to use the mouse on something. Sorry about that. Move around. Break. Just fans and such. Hour to go until the next crypto day. See how much ATM we've received. So far. $220, not bad. That to what we did earlier. $36.94, nice. Pretty good. That in on down on there. That out. Now kind of wonder. Man, pick up your do stuffs. Obviously, half of that. Not bad. Wondering if we can get it to 100 of them. Close to it. Basically 51 there. I was just trying to get it to where $50 T2s per bar, you know. That's all. It's close enough. Yeah, kind of doing that wrong. There we go. And you can just weigh the whole thing. Yeah. I do wonder. Yeah. Do that there for right now. It's already out of there. Good. And I could have just dumped it into here, but it's fine. Let's try this again. Basically looking to get the 2,000 out of there. There we go. Should kind of help. And that was quite it. Kind of move them over, and the scale only has so much height to it. There. Obviously that's gonna be small. Super small. About I think 1900. That's still 15. Gotcha. Helping here, dude. $30, $60, and $68. About 13. do that. $15, $18. It's not bad. Pretty close. Yeah, it's a double check. 15. Oh, no shit. Okay. Guess that's good enough. Probably should have just measured that first. Cut that into the quarters, which it already should be. Alright. So that's not into quarters. Fine. Freaking soft. Harder to do even, have to separate it. There you go. Now it's there. That's, give me the damn thing. 4 bars there. 60 grand. That's what we've done today. That's what's right there. And this is left over. Work, goddamn button. This is what we've done today. Do that. 10. There we go. Alright, so that's fine. So that's extras. Is that there? Complaints. Complainers, man. Really? Gold. Dang old gold, mate. Bunch of steps.
Walk my own path. There's nothing to it. You go your way, I go my way again.
10 miles an hour for wind, that's good. Needed to win. Alright. Doing good. Down there, nice. That window there. Fine there, that's good. Because why not? Fine there. So far so good. That's right, we're supposed to buy us more windows. I'm gonna go down there and check on, see how everything was doing. Me. That a try. Might be flat, might not. Dagu? Thank you for the follow, Dagu. 1980. Much appreciated, man. Stingo's email. Very nice. Hope your day's been good and well, man. Or woman. There we go. Windows like free. Fucker. Probably the closest I've gotten to the cart. They are going in there. Greetings from Australia. Awesome, mate. Great in that. I love accents. Not trying to make fun or anything. I'm up here in Northeast Ohio in the United States of America. Yes, we know where the states are. But I have learned there is a difference between New Zealand and Australians. New Zealanders and Australians. Majority don't care for each other, and that's okay. I made a mistake calling a New Zealander an Australian, and boy, did she let me have it. Oh my god. Oops. That's like calling you a fucking Canadian because you live next to Canada. I'm like, okay, point proven. Gotcha. Sorry, mate. I'm a lady. Well, Sheila, not a mate. It's like, God damn it, just can't win. Alright, whatever. Oh, you do that. How about that? But hopefully things been going good and well with you, man. You have any questions or wonders about this game, possibly? If so, I can help you out. Only have like 1,200 hours into it, that's all. Not about the hours, it's what you've done. But done quite a fair amount. One person that no mods, no creative mode. There was no creative at that time. But about 2 years ago, did 1,034 David and Goliath funnel into one harvester, and it worked. Surprisingly. So grab another couple hundred windows there. I want to try to word it this right. You can grab a lot of items really quick in a short amount of time. Grabbed 1,000 coin worth. They're only 4 coin a piece, so again, we grabbed about another 250. Nice. Anything over 300 really lags you out, it seems. Watch me for a while on YouTube. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you much. Playing Hydroneer for about 6 months also. Nice, dude, nice. Thank you for watching the YouTube videos. I do appreciate that. I know they're lengthy Twitch streams, but I know some have chapters, and it does take a while to do the chapters. I try to do the chapters when I'm testing various amounts of drills, because sometimes people really just want to, like, okay, you know, there was 720, there's 960. Oh shit, it did 1080. I want to go to that. Building. It's building. But we do run ads here. Whether or not you're getting them or not, I don't know. There we go. Okay, so we were down here. Where are we? Ah, it's the next one. Gotcha. Yeah. Down here a little bit. Yep. Gotcha. Yeah. There we go. So, bit of information there on the ads. It should be over pretty soon. Everybody gets different lengths of ads. But if you have, again, I know I mentioned already, any questions or wonders or stuff, say, on future content that we're allowed to talk about, so to speak. We haven't done any beta testing for the farming update just yet, but soon, at some point, you know, soon, at some point we'll be testing it. That'd be pretty nice too. It'd be the first closed beta testing for Hydroneer. I was asked about the 2.0 beta testing, but I respectively declined, mainly because I wanted the first look impression to be on the stream versus just, well, this is the first look for you guys, but I've already, done stuff on it. You don't really get the surprise look, so to speak, when you've already done it for a few weeks or what have you, So over here, a little bit easier to move it that way. Especially if you have quite a few items in your cart. Fast cart for the win. Basically almost every time. Very good, very great. Better than the trucks at the moment, to be honest. Alright, so that's not too bad. Alright, block these in here. So what we're doing here is widening out the 1080 T2 windowed funnels, or basically 15 huge window funnels, widening them out to house more than hopefully double the amount of T2s. We go from 1080 to possibly 2160 or more. Mainly just trying to fit in as many T2s as we kind of do at the moment. Gives us something to do until the farming update comes out, Something. But like in chat, we do run 1 minute of ads every 15 minutes. So basically we can keep the 3080 GPU that we have, because I was able to get it on a 12 months payment plan through Amazon. So I was $65 a month on it, basically. I do. Should have did that side first. Did that last time. Did the wrong side. And we are Bitcoin mining to basically take care of that cost, but due to the merge of not being able to mine Ethereum anymore, our profits pretty much got cut by 3/4 or 75%. You go from like $130 or 120-ish a month to 30 barely, so get fucked. Yeah. While I'm not streaming a game, I stream my weather reader. I have a weather station on the house. Pretty nice station. Has a lot of options. So I streamed that. That's what you're seeing in the top right corner, at least with the temperature display. We do have a live radar that's repeating for Northeast Ohio. That's also on the weather stream. Tuesday was a very good day bringing in money from the ads. A whopping $5 change. Awesome. Most we've ever had. Now, we've also gamed on Monday and Tuesday. Monday, I think, brought in, maybe $2, if I remember right. Very nice, you know, that definitely worth it, you know. But if it's gonna be like $5, you're doing the weather and the gaming, say, every day, give or take, you know. Hey, if it's like $2.50 to $5, hell yeah. In a sense, that kind of puts the money situation a little more at ease. You know. It would be immensely better to, in a sense, say, go out and get a job. Not that I don't want to. I do. I wish I could. But due to the situation that my mother is in, pretty much can't be, not say left alone, but yeah. I have to be here in case she needs certain assistance, and to call 911, which has happened a few times. It keeps her out of a nursing home, and we all know they're not all the greatest, so as much as I can, 24-hour support for her. So the last of my two parents, least I can do, basically. So in my spare time, I'm on the computer doing stuffs, helping people out, whether it be family or others online or whatnot. Just doing the best I can with what I have and going from there. Good common sense stuffs. So if you do happen to stick around for watching any of the ads, I do appreciate it. And eventually we are trying to get so-called partnered over on YouTube, so we can stream over there and, in a sense, make money over there as well. But I do know Twitch and YouTube aren't super good buddies when it comes to money. You can't stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same damn time. But some people have been able to start their stream up on YouTube and then start their stream up on Twitch like 10 minutes later or something or whatever. Would be nice to multi-platform stream, but there are some pretty huge stipulations against doing that. because of being monetized on Twitch, you signed a tax form saying that basically Twitch owns your streaming property for 24 hours from the time that you start your stream. In other words, even if you upload that stream like I do to YouTube, I legitimately am not supposed to share that to YouTube for 24 hours after I started my stream, because they basically they have rights to my stream for 24 hours, which makes sense for the start of the stream because technically they never know when you're going to end. Some people just keep the stream going for 48 hours, then start it up or end it and start it right back up. So it differs. But most of the time it's 10 plus hour streams, and usually by the time YouTube gets done doing the high definition part, it's been more than 24 hours, so there's usually no worries there. But last couple of streams have been a little bit shorter, and sometimes they get done a little quicker. But I've also learned exporting from Twitch to YouTube, say like an 8-hour stream would be done in say 24 hours. From the time that it started the export till it was done with HD. And other times it'd be done in 12 hours for say another 8-hour stream or video, which is really weird. So what they suggested is upload a couple of the same video, same stream, and just by chance one of them might get done sooner than the other. And I've tried that this week and they're not incorrect, they're fully correct. I had pressed export to YouTube from Twitch, and evidently my mouse double clicked or something, and 2 of them got uploaded, and one of them finished within 12 hours, the other one was still going for the high definition part, because we do it in 1080. But I think 720 is also considered high def for them, so there's that. So last time for yesterday's stream, I figured I'd just literally double click the mouse real fast just to see, and 2 of them uploaded. I woke up later today and there was 3 of them uploading. I'm like, what? Okay, whatever. 1 made it and 2 were still doing the high def. So quite interesting. So that was kind of weird, but the 2 that didn't get the high def done, just deleted them. Now, soon, we will be getting $50 minimum threshold, minimum payment threshold here on Twitch. There's 2 months left for the rest of the countries. I believe Australia got it last month or the month before. That's awesome for them. A lot of good folks down there, yeah. A lot of good folks in all the other countries too. It's not just Australia. Not the important countries, you know. But the United States hasn't been included into it just yet. It's basically Twitch's way of trying to get money to, say, the smaller streamers a little bit faster, which is very nice. Definitely nothing wrong with that at all. And Matt joins. Question for you, Matt. How come you ran out of points earlier today? You didn't gamble all by chance, did you? Because it's very risky to do if you did. I saw you looking at points earlier and you were at 0, and I'm like, I just gave out like 10 million. How is he at 0? What the hell? I'm thinking you left the stream right before I gave out 10 million today. It's like, oh shit. I had saw that you checked the points, but I didn't see how many it actually was because I just woke up. I'm like, well, and adding a couple, you know, million here or there, add an extra zero onto it. And I saw that you checked points later on, and I'm like, girl? I panned back up and it was zero from before, and I'm like, that sucks. The longer you stay in the stream, the more points you get. But, you know, if you're checking on lunchtime or something, can't really keep the phone going, you know, or whatever it be. Just curious, you know. Those points are fun to play with, you know. But multi-raffle, multiple can win, or one can just win. If multiple win, you guys split the pot. Whereas if one just joins and no one else, they win instantly, basically. And Dagoof wins the raffle. Very nice, man. Very nice. It's a new person here, and it was always nice to win some points. First come into a stream, basically. It spams off about every hour or so, then 10 minutes after that raffle starts, I give 50,000 to everybody. In case they missed, it. And there's an ad playing. Okay. Guess we could go up one, but we can just do that from the next spot. It's a Star Wars ad. It's on my end. Exactly. Definitely well done. And ads are over. Liking the barometric pressure, the ears are waking up and popping. I've been on Twitch for about 2 years. Ah, gotcha, Dagoo. Gotcha. Yep, even Twitch has mentioned you're affiliated. You only need to stream once every 364 days to keep your affiliate status. Because obviously the 65th day you would lose it. Yeah. Stream for 1 minute. Maybe make it a couple just to be sure, and then turn it off. You're good for another year. Because they said, we understand you may want to, or may have to take a break from time to time, and we acknowledge that, so not like, oh, you haven't streamed in like 2 weeks, you got to reapply for affiliate. Get fucked. No. They realize you may want to take a break from time to time. So, for those that are affiliated, you can take a nice break if you need to. And I'm being redundant on stuff, so I do apologize. And situated. Basically trying to do the Windows stuff a little bit better than yesterday. Kind of trying to. Just trying to utilize Windows stuffs, and of all the windows that I've unlocked, there was still one that got locked here. Can I grab it? Thank you. But I know some people see ads and some people don't. So literally, if I'm talking to you about something and, you know, an ad pops up, you know, let me know. Won't be mad or anything. And at the very least, let me know when ads are gone for you, so I know that you can hear me, basically. But I was quite shocked to see that it was like just over $5 for Tuesday's weather stream and gaming stream. That was quite a shock. I don't normally get the money amounts 2 days later after 6 a.m. I guess, because when you reset the percentage from the ad revenue, they'll say, you know, we'll reset at 3 a.m. Pacific time. I'm Eastern, so it's 3 hours later for me. So I assume 6 a.m. Which is fine. No biggie on that. Sometimes it'd just be nice when midnight hit for your zone that things would reset for you. You know. When it's midnight my time, I can look on the next day on revenue stuff or whatever. But a lot of times the subs will say if there was a sub after 7 p.m. Midnight, that sub will usually show up because it's technically on the next day. Yeah, subs seem to go off of Zulu time, but ad revenue is 3 a.m. Pacific. Okay. Is whatever it be. But yeah, before the merge, we were doing quite fine. And about an hour after yesterday's stream ended, I was able to cash out $165 worth of Bitcoin. So that's going to help us extend our basically our monthly payments for the 3080. That'll help because the Twitch payout stuffs we're not at $50 minimum yet, so otherwise, you know, we would already be getting a check halfway through October, but we have to hit $100 for that to happen. That's all right. Majority of this is already a good way to get through there. Really not at all. Alright, so we'll assume that's pretty much done. Right, we'll just get what we can on this side here. And I'll just move it over to the other side. Figures. We'll forego the, don't have to work around the ladder there. I just keep calling it a ladder, it's stairs. Getting a little crunched for space there. But we have over 60,000 Cloutium mined out for more drills. So that's going fine. We have 63 drills running at the moment. The farming update would be really, really fun and nice to play with. There's an ATV that you can ride in case you forget something, you know, at the store or whatever. You just need like a part or two or something. I'm guessing it goes faster than the truck. I've really seen the truck and the ATV next to each other, but that would have been kind of pretty neat and cool to see, you know. Max had mentioned that it's very fun trying to do drag races with it and drifting around corners and such. Really, really fun to use and enjoy, basically. There's also a steamroller coming out for the farming update to help you flatten land a little bit better than using the pickaxe and the rake at the moment, which is very tedious. Basically stuff that one can use without using mods. Next is try to put a good amount of content in the vanilla version of the game, the best that he can. He has other people that do mods He just pretty much sets the rules for the mods. In other words, you can make a rake, but it can only do tier 1 and tier 2 dirt. And not do tier 3 dirt. Even though when you're making a mod, you'd basically be able to have control of that. You know, getting in the game and seeing what does what and all that stuff, you know. Pretty much folks that are good with the code. Oh, right, I was FPS dipping. Wow. Okay. Something hit every single thread on the computer. That's interesting. Hudson's really downloading. Okay. That's weird. Little system check or something. The game had slowed down for a moment and looked over at Task Manager. Everything was pegged for a little moment and did it again. Might have a clog. Damn it. It's not what I wanted. Alright. Yeah. Dropped down here by accident. They stay pretty clog free, but shit happens. You know, clog coming along pretty good. Yeah, considering. Weird. I thought it might have been something with this stuff, you know. Too bad. This is what we've done in Cloudseum so far today, so it's very nice. Dip it out again and see what we've accumulated so far. Oh, it stayed. 5,000, all right. We have 1,900 in here. Leftover, we have 60 grand in here worth of weight. Chopped up into 15,000 weight bars. Thinking of doing 50 T2s at a time. 72 really lags you down to 1 FPS at the moment. And yeah. Lags you out pretty awful. But I feel if we just craft 50 at a time, that'll probably go a little bit nicer. At least moving them around for a little bit, you know. So there's that. So not bad. Figured I'd try to keep a tally of what Cloudseum we were able to achieve for a day of building, you know. I did finally get to situate this out to where if we turn that off, triggers everything, but also stops the belt. Belt stops, so they're just kind of racking up there. But if we turn it back on, because it resets everything. Technically resets it, but that totally resets it. Then everything continues as it should. Kind of cool. We're trying to work on it here and there in the past couple days, and Steve from their Discord, another chunk of dirt, he tried a few things and like, okay, it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. I'm gonna have to look at it a little bit more. There's another chunk of dirt. Where are these chunks coming from? Okay, I saw one bounce over there. So I'm wondering is if they're hitting the belt so fast that they're bouncing up out, you know. I wonder. They're bouncing kind of far. Weird. I was wondering why I was seeing rogue pieces of dirt here and there. I might just get a couple pieces that just fly a little too far. Weird. Well, for now, see if I can get this correct. Yeah, for now, we'll just do that. Yeah, that gives us. We're not running any of the drills down here for the time being, so there's that. So now we'll clear dirt chunks just so, you know, in case we find any down here, it's a wonder of it. Where's it leaking from now? So now we blocked it off, we cleared everything. So now if we find some, that'll be really weird. Very interesting. Sounds good. Get back to this. Did everything there, so actually, and that we have this stepped out because you walk up the staircase, you end up hitting the floor, but you don't do it with double staircase, so go figure. Always interesting. Bring this over here. Crouch before you pick up the cart. And you're good. Actually, let's kind of do it. Yeah, I just indecisive there. I was trying to decide a couple different ways of doing it and everything. Agenda start on it, doesn't really matter which. Just start somewhere. Dang it. I want to pick up the cart. Always watch the handles of the cart. Really makes a big difference. Get over here. Stretch out. There you go. It does have great reach, which is really one of the fun parts of the game. Does help. I think that's one of the big pluses on the game is ability to grab things from far away or set things decent distance away from you and all. Some games that it's almost got to be up your ass before you're able to grab it. Come on, pick it up. Thank you. Now the controller is charged, but sometimes things just don't read very easily. But like we say here, do what works. Very shorter version of do the best you can with what you have and go from there. Do what works for you. That good stuff. But in the farming update, you'll also pretty much have to, for some things or recipes or whatever, have to catch some fish or turn in fish to somebody to, or we can't have the staircase there. Maybe. Oh, that's upside down. That'd be something. Might be able to walk through that down now. So, the fishing pots, make sure that you place them, or as the game says, construct them into the water. And fish are magnetic. Weird. Bunch of Iron Man fish. So you can automate the fishing pots with logic magnets. People have done it with pretty good success. But it does involve a lot of logic, pipe workings and everything. It does get a bit crazy. Moving the floors over does help. Putting up the windows just so we can see where we're going with things. Basically. Now it's a widening of the funnels. Well, for the T1 drills, we'll definitely be able to surpass the 35,520 T1 drills. It's a number that, not to say a lot of people don't know, but it doesn't get talked about too much. Right now, if we continue the funnels all the way up and we put 16 layers worth of T1 drills, we would have 35,520 drills for the math. So come up here and look at everything. Some spots you can walk up, some you can't. So if you look back on everything, just continue the windows as they are. You're gonna get to 35,000 T1 drills, but with the widening of them, you're basically able to try to get over here. Basically, from where the T2s are, you would just continue that up and you get a good, okay amount. I think we were counting 8 T2s, you know, eight more on each side, you know. And that's 8 per level as well, almost, give or take some. Now the T1s, they can be right next to each other, so that could be 14 to 16 more per side, you know, per row. There's going to be about 800 T2s just in this edition here. So probably 1600-ish. If you were to add, say, 4 layers worth of T1 drills, and then step it out, 8 floors basically. Yeah, it's quite a bit. Plus, what we have basically going on over the other end. Get up here. We also have this all widened out as well. I spent about, I don't know, 15 or 20 million coins on nukes to clear out the dirt from the other side and over here as well. That's why the dirt's just kind of a little choppy here. In other words, cleared it out where we needed to, and of course we can always clear that out nice and easily. Each mini nuke has a 4.5 square radius. So use that to your advantage. If you wanted to not destroy something, go 5 blocks away from that something. Which says my stream summary is ready. We're still streaming, man. We're only 3 hours into it. Sometimes Twitch's summaries for long streams seem to come quite a few hours after it's already ended. Sounds good. So, but also a lot of times too, once like the stream hits 24 hours in length, they'll give you a stream summary. It's interesting. But as you can see, we do have some T1s already set up. They were going pretty good, but then we were able to get more T2s, and of course the lower that your drills are drilling, the bigger the resources will be once they go through your harvester. And always make sure your harvester is right after a pressure tank. Give that harvester as much pressure as you can. The more pressure you get, the more you'll get yield wise. More yield from the resources. It does make a big difference. So make sure it's at as highest pressure as it can go, which is 370%. Get your conveyor belts also up at 370%. They don't need clean water, but I tapped mine right out into the line. Here's all the clean water. Basically just tap it off and just start doing a manifold. Harvester, belts, T2s, old T1 line, which is now a conveyor belt line, another conveyor belt line, another conveyor belt line. So what works? Keep them belts up as high as pressure as you can kind of get them, relatively, and do it up. These were topped off at 20 when we started. The last one's still at 20. So basically the first filter gets the most dirty water, and the last one pretty much only cleaning 20%. Each one does 2, and to get clean water you need 10. 10 points or 10 something worth of filters. So only 5 filters are needed. So very nice. Used to be on the pressure tanks, they only did 25%. So you needed 4 in a row to give the device at the end 100% water pressure. Now that we have different tiers, and we have different tier drills, different tier Can't remember if we had iron pipes before or not. Probably did. No, actually we didn't. That's right. We just had Claudium pipes, period. So technically 2 tiers worth of pipes now, and 2 different intakes, and we have intake boosters. Get the Claudium intake boosters, put 4 on your intake. Even if it's iron, pretty sure they'll work. It's only 60 Claudium for each one, so get that pressure up, and more pressure on your drills, faster they go. More pressure on your harvester, bigger the yield. Definitely do that up. I was still crouched. Clogs, any cloggins? Payback. Okay. Yeah, it blocks it. Crazy. So it still block it there. So. That's fine. And move that back a notch. Same with this. Try. That way we can walk up and down and won't have to get jammed by it or anything. Temperature's doing really nice. Checking notifications and such. But again, if you guys have any questions or wonders, feel free to ask. If it's not about this game. Where are you from? My mother's womb, where are you from? Oh yeah, same place. It's a different ma. Oh shit. Sounds good, man. Yeah, simple stuffs. Inquiring minds want to know. That was an old saying. Weird to say it that way, but yeah. Any computer help with hardware? Ask away. Like looking to get a new 30 series GPU or a new CPU, motherboard, or what have you. What RAM speed to go with? Ask away. I'll let you know. Been studying the computer stuff, getting back into it since 2009. I have 63 drills running at the moment. It brings in, we were having about maybe 30 of them running to try to keep FPS pretty good. But then I turned the sensitivity up to 4 and it was alright. Put 63 drills on and put sensitivity up to 5, and that was helping out with the controller moving around and everything a lot better. So keep it at 63 because it's bringing in the Claudium pretty good. You get too many drills and your frames per second get really low, which then also produces less for you. Kind of sucks. So there is, you know, a fun number that you can be happy with and still get the amount of resources that you would like to get that you're saving for stuffs, you know. Like we can run 144 of them, or on one funnel that's widened up, 128 of them, but there isn't much FPS left for us at that, you know, at those numbers. Because I'd like to build a little bit faster than this, you know. Building like this is just a little too slow. And when you're in the single digits, that's about what it's like. So, yeah. But while we built this, we had 72 T2s running, and it was doing pretty good. But as we inadvertently get more windows, the game gets a little more laggy as well. Max and his team does have my save with all the windows before the expansion, and Max had mentioned, you know, like, if I can I get your save so I can use your save as a window benchmark? Yeah, sure can, man. That's not a problem. The dev asking you for your game save so they can use it as a benchmarking tool? I'll be right there as soon as I can figure out how to do it, you know. They don't have Discord Nitro and only allowed 8 megabyte max and all that bullshit. No. You have 120 drills, gotcha. But can only run it for about 5 minutes till I get 1 FPS, gotcha. So I designed a timer system with the logic to turn them off and on every 10 seconds. Okay. How is your sorting system? Are you using the splitters like I have set up? Oh. Alright, get over there. And are the drills going directly onto conveyor belts? Yeah, because if dirt is on a belt, that'll cause some lag. What are your CPU specs? What kind of CPU are you running? Does it have 6 or more cores? Yeah. I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but there are a lot of variables. Yeah. Splitters for everything, including separate gems. You don't really need to separate gems or separate gems, because when you do, you're putting more resources on more belts, which therefore induces more lag. So there's that. Best thing you can do, and a lot of people have done it, same as I've done here, let your gems go out the ends and have them go into one compressor, like here. You don't even have to put a splitter, just let them come right out the ends. It does good, it works. Usually had it at 50, every 50 it would compress, but we put it to 100 for today just to see. We've done 100 before, but when you have a lot of drills, like 100 plus, you might want to take it down to 50. Mainly 100 kind of goes, either that or I put it to 100 when I would do over 100 drills. Because I think if I did 50, by the time it got done doing its compressing and turning the belt back on in 3 seconds, there was already about 40 waiting to do it, so it would be pausing or turning the belts on and off very much or very often. But just let them all come through. If you have the logic stuff to do the compressing, you only have to set up one, because you only have one compressor. Yeah. Okay, you got a 3rd gen i7 and a 970 GPU, gotcha. That does make a difference. I'm not sure what the 3820 is core wise, but you might be 4 core might be 8th thread. Might be, I don't know. This game runs on 6 cores. Try to get to the Google. Type in a new one here. Copy that. Put it up here. I love techie stuff, so we'll see what you have. Oh, it is a 6 core. Okay, that's good. Oh, or at least what they're showing. That's 3930K. And can I have what I typed in? Hello? Freaking Google, I tell you. Got a query thread. Okay. So, right here. Tagged in something? No. Something in my Discord. Okay. Ah, you joined my Discord, man. Thank you much. I appreciate that, dude. Or is something else? Ah, yes. Okay. State of their avatar. Gotcha. Thank you for joining the server, man. There's tons of stuff here. Take a look. Have a gander. I added on the Hydroneer stuffs, and I have streamer mode set up, so I don't hear, you guys don't hear a lot of beeps. But yeah, 4-core thread, that's going to be your limiter, because basically the game's running on 6 cores. Yeah, Hydroneer never maxes out either the CPU or the GPU. Right, and it basically won't. Okay. The other thing too is frequency of the CPU. It's not a K model, so you don't get to set it. So it's just gonna do whatever frequency it's gonna do. And 3rd gens probably didn't go very super high, you know. So there's that. I know they tell you the clock speed, but they only go so high. They might be able to tell us. The ARC stuff is usually very good. Yeah, turbo can go up to 3.8, where say some games work really well over 4 gigahertz for the speed. Max turbo is 3.8. Your base is 3.6. That's not bad. Not a bad range, actually. I was expecting like 2.8 or something, but that's not bad. You know. Here's that 3.6. Yeah. Well, it'll auto do, and if it needs to turbo it up to 3.8, it will. But if it won't, it won't. Yeah. Funny. 64.23 gigabytes of max memory. Really? We're gonna stick a quarter gig stick in there somewhere? They don't see it done up that way, but fine. Interesting though. But yeah. Now the downfall is you can't really go anywhere with that motherboard to upgrade. You would basically need a newer motherboard to upgrade to another gen. Might be able to put a 4th gen in there because most Intel motherboards go 2 gens. How's it going, Aston? Hopefully things are good and well, man. Things are doing okay? Not a problem, that's good. I don't want to restart now, thank you for asking though, Windows. Okay. There's a lot of 12th gen CPUs and motherboard combos out right now. That'll really do great. There's a lot of 11th gen combos as well. Now, of course, Australian UD or Australian denomination of currency is going to be a little bit higher because you guys kind of get raped on electronics a little bit more. But there's still some good combos out there The Newegg there. I know there's always Newegg around anywhere, and we're gonna have an ad coming up pretty soon. So basically, your CPU is about $400 if you were to buy it because they don't make it anymore. Sure what best sellers would be, but clicked on it, it just didn't do anything. If you're looking to upgrade, you know, I have two of these UPSs. They're awesome. I have that one, something like that. Anyway, not many combos there. Could be there now. Combo. Motherboard CPU combo. But it also depends on what your price range is too. Like right here. $314, save $90 for 11700K. Z590 board, not bad. Ads are still going. 11600 for 300. 11700K for 474. Get a better night. You can just get a nicer motherboard. Some of the ads are still going. There, ads are done on my end. But even a 11600K for 284 is great. The nice thing is, shit, really? 11900K for 317? I'd get that. That would be nice. Now, if they made an 11850K, like they did the 10850K, that'd be great. At the time, you'd save like $100 when they kind of first came out. But not really seeing any 12th gen. Now this really be great. 5800X 3D, which is AMD's newer 3D architecture for the 5800X. But that CPU alone is like 600 some bucks. So basically you're getting like a $200 motherboard. But some just don't have that amount of money, and sometimes $300 some is not too bad. So for the less than the price of what it would take to replace your 3rd gen i7, you could get a whole new motherboard and a whole new CPU and be good to go. The nice thing with 11th gen versus 10th, even though it uses less cores, but the IPCs, the instructions per clock, are bigger on those 8 cores than they are on the 10 cores, say like the 10900K versus the 11900K. 10900K has 10 cores, 20 threads. Lots to do everything. But the 11900 beats the 10900 very easily. It's because the instructions per clock, even though it has 2 less cores and 4 less threads, it still beats it by at least 5%. What it comes down to at that point is money-wise. Here's Intel 12th Gen. 12100F, that's an i3. Surprisingly enough, they're not that bad. It's an 11th Gen 6-core, 11600K. Generally, not to say you want to stay away from the i5s or i3s, but when you go 12th gen for the i3s or i5s, got rid of the i7s, you know, much nicer, and the i9s as well. The 12th gen does big cores and little threads, or what they call performance cores and efficient cores. Efficient cores take care of all your background processes, which barely amount to like 1% per process, but it adds up. The performance cores take care of your main applications, you know, Steam, Game, Chrome, OBS, what have you. It takes care of those. So you can find basically a good 12th gen Intel, of course. No, fine. Don't really say 12th gen, but generally you can. It's just easier to search things on Newegg, you know. I'm not sure they're resting. I haven't heard anything about Intel stopping anything. Oh, okay, there's the differences. 12 core, 16 core, 10 core, the 6 performance, 4 efficient, 8 performance, 4 efficient. 16 core would be your 12900K, which is 8 performance, 8 efficient. So that's a $500 CPU. Some people don't have that much money, but you can always upgrade to that later on. So you could get a 10 or 12 core, which would be 6 performance or 8 performance cores. And here we have some combos. Let's try lowest price. $454. It's an i5 12600K, which would be 6 performance cores, 4 efficient cores. Now, the performance cores are hyper-threaded, but the efficient cores are not. Now, it sounds weird, but it works. These little i5s are little beasts. They really are. And when you want, you can put a 12900K in there for the price of what this i5 and motherboard would cost you. So, yeah. Now, you don't need water cooling on any of these 12th gens. They only go up, even the 12900K gets near 250 watts. Dark Rock Pro 4 cooler, which we have 2 of on the both computers, they can take 250 watts, good to go. You don't need water on high performance stuff. Only if you're going to overclock immensely, then you can look into water, but the only reason you're immensely overclocking is you're doing benchmarks that hit a certain score, and you aren't doing that for more than 2 hours at a time anyway. After 2 hours, water doesn't cool any better than an air cooler. And FYI, air coolers do have dielectric fluid in them. They are water coolers. They just don't use a pump. And they don't use water, they use dielectric fluid, which at the worst case scenario, 10 years down the road, if one of those heat pipes leaks, it's not going to short out your system because it doesn't conduct electricity. Unlike water in a water pump or a water cooler, that leaks, that will conduct electricity and fry your shit. Fuck that. And the water can evaporate. Had that happen to one of our viewers. The pump can fail. We've had that happen to one of our viewers. The Dark Rock Pro 4, $90 and change, done. Works just as good, if not better, than any of the top line water coolers out there. And there's no pump. Even if your fans die, it still works as a passive cooler, basically. So you're good. So basically you can get into 12th gen, you can get a 12600K for around $500, you know, plus tax. I'm assuming say tack on an extra 50 or something for Australian, you know, stuffs. So yeah, it's really crazy. Good thing is you get a 3/4 pin on the CPU. Basically right there. This other 4-pin is basically for overclocking. If it wants to go over, it has the extra power for it. You have an M.2 spot there, you have an M.2 spot there with cooler. This is for Wi-Fi. M.2 Wi-Fi if you want. You put another M.2 stick here if you wish. It's a very nice board. It's not bad at all. Even though it is a B660 chipset, the Z boards say are great for overclocking, but the B boards are great as well. I think they're just not that great for overclocking, and that's all right. Just want something that works. Yeah, but DisplayPort in? Really? Damn. That's nice. Interesting. Don't see that on motherboards very much. Wow. I'd rather have a DisplayPort out, 2 monitors out, but very seldom you see one in. Wow. But a decent gaggle of USBs. Got 8 of them, so that's not bad. You have a Type-C as well. Good audio jacks and everything, so if you have surround sound. You have dual LAN. In case you have a gigabit Ethernet, you know. Good to go on that for years down the road. Very nice. Good sound stuff there. Thunderbolt header, if you have that on your case. Good Wi-Fi support for the M.2 there. 4 SATA ports, nice. Mainly for your SSDs or hard drives. Very, very good. And of course, it's all the stuff that you get with it. Interesting that they give you a display-to-display cable. Nice. Not needed, but it's nice. Did you get some add-ons or whatever's? But the i5 12th gen is not a slouch by any means. And of course, it says Windows 11 ready. Don't buy Windows. You can download Windows for free. You can use an old Windows key, say Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 10, from your old computer, and put that in to activate your new Windows, say Windows 10 or Windows 11, and there you go. You don't have to spend $100 on a Windows operating system, and Microsoft doesn't care. They're just glad that you're on a Windows OS, period. So even though this is 6-core (18th thread) for 6-core 16th thread, because the 6 cores are multi-threaded, so that's 12. Then you have 4 E-cores, so yeah. 6-core 16th thread. Yeah, it's very confusing. But it would work really, really well, and you can upgrade to a higher 12th gen whenever. But that's not a bad price. You get a good $200 motherboard. 3 things you're going to spend the most money on: CPU, GPU, motherboard. Don't skimp out on any of those 3 for your computer bill. You put your 970 back on there and you'll be good to go. Limit 1 per customer. Yeah, that's a good savings. Basically $500. Maybe a little bit more you throw on a Dark Rock Pro 4 cooler if you don't have one, and throw all the other stuff, peripherals, RAM, whatever. That was the thing. What's the RAM that it takes? On here. And being that you're 3rd gen, you're probably on DDR3 RAM. And it says DDR4. Okay. Because some 12th gen motherboards use DDR4 or they just use DDR5. But technically, if you're going to bump up to a whole new system, you might as well get a motherboard with DDR5. The prices are pretty decent now, which is nice. And that way you're set for basically the good next 10 years. But to slightly future-proof yourself, even though it's not really a thing, that would work out very good. A lot of the computers are doing very, very well with the DDR5. But yeah, your DDR3, basically keep all that computer stuff together, but you can get the hard drive and, you know, put it on the new one. Probably still have to put Windows on the motherboard, but yeah. But that gives you an idea, you know, money-wise. I know ads are starting to play too. But it's something, you know. Something. That's not bad with crypto there. Past the next day. Here's what our mining stuff is. That's 78 cents a day. Yay! Payout. Nice. There's our weekly mining. Average 91 cents a day. Whoa. It used to be $100 more than that a month. But we have 165 coming our way, so soon, some point it'll be here. It said like Tuesday or something. I'm like, yeah, it's usually the next day. Now see, there's a gem that stopped right there. And if, say, another sapphire lands on top of that, for some chance, it'll stack up. And that's pretty much how it starts. And you don't even have to be like when we were tabbed out for that to happen. It can just happen. But I really do wish that maybe Max will do it in the next update, is maybe increase the grabbing hitbox so it actually grabs all those gems. That would help. Or just make them so they fall in there a little bit better. A lot of us tried putting these little hooks on here. So where is it? We tried, you know, tried that, but didn't work, you know, because that's not what it's designed for. But that would work, you know, that would do it. But it's made to merge one pipe into another. So yeah, see how quickly that lines up. It doesn't take long. It happens. But something, I mean, because it happens with everyone. And it doesn't really matter what kind of computer system you have or how fast the belts are going. Faster, better, it will happen less, but it's still gonna happen. It's all we can do, you know. Just keep an eye on it, go from there. That's why I wanted to try to have some type of switch to where, like, now I could basically turn that off. It'll cycle through, it'll basically triggers everything. And then we can basically go in here with a magnet and loosen up all the stuff, drop the magnet, turn it back on, it'll compress, and it'll activate the belts. Very nice. It's working out real well. Figured I'd try something because Steve and I were running out of ideas of how to actually trigger it. So basically, thought, well, this is coming in to reset it. What if I just tag down a signal into here and fold it as if it was like it reached the max number on the keypad, and therefore it sent a signal through here to come down here and reset this, and when this got reset, it would, you know, have a number. It would read that the number is greater than what is set here, and therefore it sends a signal down here, and then it goes through all the delay and everything, then it stops the logic valve, then compresses the gem compressor, then 3 seconds later it turns the valve back on and it gets the belts going again. So far so good. It's been working very well. But yeah, to upgrade to, say, a good 11th or 12th gen. Now 11th gen is going to use DDR4 RAM. There are 12th gen motherboards that use DDR4 and DDR5. Now the good thing is they have 13th gen motherboards. They were only going to be DDR5, but they got smart and also include DDR4 for 13th gen CPUs. So you can buy a 12th gen motherboard and it will support a 13th gen if you choose to get one. 13th gen's not out yet, maybe in a month or two or something it should release. So say in a month or two you decide to get, you know, more computer stuffs or upgrade to a newer gen and off 3rd gen, some of the 12th gen stuff might go on sale a little bit more because 13th is now out and 12th is old news. So they might lower the prices, which therefore would give you a little bit better price break in, you know, Australia land, basically. So assume a good 400 to 500 per CPU and motherboard. Smack on another 100, say for RAM, 100 or 90 for a Dark Rock Pro 4 cooler. Might be a little bit extra because of Australian money. So sounds odd, but easily $700 just for RAM, CPU, motherboard, and cooler. 4 things. It's hard to do that, you know. So 4 things, about $700, and that's not even adding a newer GPU. At that point, your GPU sort of be the bottleneck, but those are a little bit easier to come by now, which is nicer. Slap in a 3070 for $500, $1,200. You got a beast of a computer there. So, you know, used to run a 3070, and then we were able to get the 3080 on 12 months through Amazon for $65 a month, like I was saying. This game runs great on pretty much any GPU, as long as you have like 2 gigs of RAM. 3060 are still over 500 there? Gotcha. That's a little much. They're about 400 here, but Australia's it's got to get there. And last I checked, it was like what, 12-hour flight from California to Australia, something like that. So they either come to you guys on the slow boat or a very slow cargo plane, you know. So yeah, I would assume on the slow boat probably you can get more, you know. It may take 2 weeks to get there, but at least you have like a whole boat of shipping containers with a whole bunch of stuff, you know. Because last I checked, majority of the electronics are only made in certain places, you know. Postage from America to Australia normally costs more than the item fee. Ouch. Wow. Well, if you think about it, as Australia as a continent is kind of just one big island. I mean, all the continents are, but mainly because of how much it costs to get stuff there, it's kind of like paying island price for stuff is what it seems, you know. We have a couple islands on Lake Erie here. At that time, gas was like $1 a gallon. On the island, it was like $2.30. And I'm like, whoa, okay. Definitely fill your tank before you go on the island, that's for sure. Wow. Gas has got to get there. And the only way it gets there is on boat, and they're not going to ship it in by plane because the runway's not big enough. So it's got to come on a slow boat or a ferry or something. Got to get there somehow. My guess would be a big tanker truck on a ferry, the Miller Ferry, taking it over there, and that delivery charge is got to get eaten up somewhere. So yeah, crazy. But there are people that live on the island, and they do have vehicles. Majority of them just have go-karts, or golf carts, I should say. Go-karts. But golf carts for the win there, because you just plug it in the wall and charge it up. Electricity is a lot cheaper than gas on that realm, but that electricity has to be generated somewhere. So, you know. But back then, you're paying about double for a gallon of gas. And you just pay 6 cents per kilowatt out of the wall. Yeah. Just all depends how you want to do stuff. But yeah. For computer stuff, knowing exactly what CPU can do what is really the benefit. I would go for a 12700K versus, say, the 12600K, like we were kind of seeing. And I didn't know. Try this. There we go. This was, let me back up a notch here. Yeah, 12600K. I would go 12700K if you could. Only reason is it would get 8 performance cores, and again 4 efficient cores. It would be in the middle tier, because frankly the 12900K, that's a $500 chip right there. That's really expensive. Say if we just do the lowest of the 12900K, 664. Shit, that's not even a motherboard. 759. So you're basically buying a $550 CPU and a $200 motherboard. So again, probably the same motherboard as we saw before. It's KS, yeah, that'd be nice, but more so, not to say money's not an object, but if you're to really bump it, that would be a good buy. And say goodbye to your money too. But we can go right to the i7s for the 700Ks. 574, that's not bad. And it is DDR4. The only thing, say DDR5. And the nice thing is DDR5 4800 speed does about the same as, say, DDR4 5000. But you can get it really, really high. But there's other things that DDR5 is doing that DDR4 is not able to do. So there's that. That's going to be starting again real soon. So why do we have DDR4 listed? I have DDR5 selected. Weird. Huh. Well, it just all depends on the combos, I guess. But then again, it doesn't really matter. There's a DDR5. Because 13th gen will take DDR4 as well. That's going to start real soon. That says it's 10 seconds in progress. So, yeah, it's toss up, you know. D690. Yeah, that's a jump between 570 and 819. DDR4. Yeah, Wi-Fi 6. DDR5, 1,000 downs. Supercomputer, 12900K and DDR5. Oh, and Wi-Fi 6. Yeah. But man. But if DDR4 works pretty good for us at 3200 speed, the only downfall is if you wanted to move up to DDR5, you would need a new motherboard because they're not interchangeable. That's the only downfall. Yeah. But 12900K, that's the cream of the crop at the moment. And you want to put a 13900K in there, you know, down the road, you can. But it just kind of depends, really. The DDR4 3200, that's a little bit lower. Would be nice if they had RAM included. Because for a while they didn't have 12th gen combos. You know. It's not really, yeah. Not really what I wanted. And more than likely you're not going to find any 12th gen stuff, so that's a bummer. Yeah, it was a hope, you know. But yeah, of the combos and everything, yeah, 12600, under $500, not bad, really. Now, if we just do 8 core, not the P cores and everything, you get a 11700K with a motherboard for $300. Combo savings 120. That's very nice. I gotta say, there weren't a lot. Holy shit. Sorry. There weren't a lot of 12th gen combos, but now they are because 13's coming out soon. 11900K. This D590 board, nice. Okay. $300. That is awesome. Damn. That's a beast of a CPU and a decent motherboard there. Definitely won't limit one per customer. It's 8 core, 8 thread. It's very good stuffs. Have 5 fan headers. Very nice. One heatsink for the M.2 that goes right to the CPU. There's 2 more M.2 that go through the chipset. That's fine. 2 display ports out. One's HDMI, one's actually display port. That's nice. That'd be a great gaming motherboard right there. Fuck yeah. God damn, I wish I had $300. Ah. Sons of bitches. This would be a great gaming motherboard. Mainly because if you have 2 monitors, you can hook them up into the motherboard versus your GPU. And all your mining stuff on your GPU won't be affected because your screens are going through the motherboard. Not a lot of USBs though, but it's alright. Yeah. That is nice. Usually all your audio's there, they really skimped on audio on that, but it's alright. Yeah. 4 SATA ports there. They only have 3 hard drives or 3 drives hooked up to the gaming motherboard anyway. 2 SSDs and 1 hard drive for the C drive backup. Not worried if Steam stuff gets backed up on the extra SSD because you just re-download the game. All the saves are on the C drive, so there's that. That's a damn good motherboard, man. You got a nice Type C there for whatever's. Wow. You have 4th gen on the GPU, so your 30 series GPUs will be able to run at Gen 4 really well. That would be nice. Here's the audio stuff. Yeah. Right there. Not super awesome, but something. You have a couple SATA cords, your M.2, space your stuff, 1 M.2 rubber package, okay. It might be for something on the heatsink or something underneath. Really? You guys couldn't put the IO shield on? Wow. That's cheap. But hey, I mean, we have an ASRock motherboard. Okay. My mining motherboard is an Asus. I think it's like a B270 board. It's a 6th and 7th gen motherboard. It doesn't need a lot, but here's your 11900K. Very nice, very good. There's stuff there that's, yep, CPU. Don't have an extra CPU? Really? Alright. But damn, $300, that is not bad at all. Definitely add that to the list. Gaming PC. Use, yes. Motherboards, yes. That is nice. Holy shit. So $120 for a motherboard, not great, but you get 11,900K for $327. We paid that for our 9,700K. Three years ago. So think about that. Basically every 3 years you could bump up technically 2 generations for the same CPU price. But with this deal, Jesus Christ, how much? Saving $150. You're basically getting the motherboard free and a discount on the CPU. God damn. Wow. Hey, free motherboard. The same. That's fucking awesome. Wow. 10+1 DRMOS power stages. I'd like to see it 14+1, but that's not bad. Wow. That is awesome though. Jesus. Wow. Basically, you try to look for one with a little bit better motherboard. Just found the exact same deal in the Australian Newegg. $297? No shit. That'd be a good deal, dude. Seriously. That would be great. You have a Z boards and you have a K chip, a K CPU. So you could overclock that 11900K to 5.3 gigahertz on one core and then step it down to 5 gigahertz. You think your computer is good now? we have one of our buddies with a 11900K and a 3080 Ti. And it fucking decimates games left and fucking right. It's awesome. Doesn't superly matter what kind of motherboard. I mean, it does, but you know. Here's 317, same 11900K. The 490 Tomahawk. Okay, how would it be 490? What are you doing? This one's a Z590. The fuck? Mess up on their stuffs? Because the 490 is basically 10th gen. But there's some, say, 10th gen boards that can do 11th gen. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is you could get a 10th and 11th gen motherboard and stick a 10th gen, a 10850K would be nice versus a 10900K. You save $100 roughly, and then later on you can just upgrade to 11900K when you have the monies. You don't have to do anything but change the CPU. Much better audio there in the bottom left. That too above the CPU. Okay. Why would the chipset be a Z490 for a 12th gen? It doesn't make any sense. Good combo though. Yep. Dual video out. 7. Just making sure sometimes one of those USBs are for the BIOS. 2 different Ethernets, and that goes nice. PS2 port? Not many people use those anymore. That's MSI. Okay, gotcha. MSI is not bad either. They're a very good brand. They do stuff really well. But weird that it's a Z490 chipset and 12th gen. Yeah, see, it supports 10th gen. don't know if you could stick a 11th gen into that or not. Be honest. That's why I would just go with a 590. Be done with it, basically. You know. Basically, look for a Z590 board with 11900K, a Z590 700K, or i9. Basically, that's only the 900s. Z590 Extreme. Ooh. What? 337? That's not bad. What, you're gonna pay an extra $20 for an Extreme motherboard? Fuck yeah. Sign me up. Oof. Quad 4 pins. Ah, okay. The Extreme motherboards, ASRock, they're good. My streaming motherboard is that. That's not bad at all. I like it when they do that. They include everything in one photo. Dual video out, nice. And then whether it's the PS2 parts, but it's fine. Mainly I look at the USBs and ads playing, sorry about that. Yep, see 10th and 11th gen. That right there. That right there, that's what you need. Power buttons on there, hell yeah. That's really handy. You have 3 M.2s plus Wi-Fi. Premium auto package. Yeah, it's alright. Six SATA ports, nice. You can hook up 6 drives there, not bad. Well, that kind of makes sense. You have 3 M.2s, so that would take up all 6 of those, so yeah, that makes sense. A lot of times, 1 M.2 will use up 2 SATA ports, and sometimes it won't, so it's really confusing. Because you just still have Gen 4, and you have Gen 4 M.2 as well? I wish I didn't buy the 3080. I wish I was able to just send it back to fucking Amazon. That would have been nice. There's a back of the motherboard. There's another thing too about 12th gen that a lot of don't really know or realize is the CPU is longer. CPU is longer, and therefore when they're pressing on the sides to, you know, seat the CPU, it's actually bending the motherboard, not this much, but it's bending the motherboard, and therefore your CPU cooler isn't sitting exactly flat on the CPU, and some pins might not superly contact greatly. It's like a 0.1% chance, but it's more the heat distribution, say for the 12900K. Usually the KS is more extreme because that runs over 250 watts. Don't get the S models unless you really have a good cooling system for the 12900KS. 12900K would be fine with the Dark Rock Pro 4 cooler, but they've actually had to take off this seating clamp and put on an aluminum CNC'd aluminum clamping plate, and you have to make sure you get the torque just right on all the screws and everything, so the CPU is actually being squished evenly versus just in the middle to where it doesn't bend the motherboard. But if you don't get 12th gen, you don't have to worry about that. Just saying. Until Intel redesigns their fucking clamp. But for PCIe slots, at least you get 5 of them, because you can plug other things into these X1 slots. And this X16 is down here, so you're at least 4 slots away. So if you were to buy a 4090 Ti or something, it'd almost be 3.5 slots thick. You'd be able to put one in here and maybe put another something card in there or something if you really preferred something, you know. But yeah, that is a much better buy, mainly because it has what they call 2 8-pins for the CPU, but you actually get 4 4-pins. And it's a Z590 as well, same as the other one, but a little better gear, and it's an extreme model, which is very nice. They always do really good stuff on them, basically. CPUs, that was it. So save 120 bucks. So you're basically almost getting the motherboard for free. That'd be nice. That would not be bad. Now, I don't know about anywhere else, but here you can get quad pay, also known as zip. Let's just say 7% tax divided by 4. So every 2 weeks you'd have 90 bucks. That's not bad if you're making 90 bucks every 2 weeks. Yeah, just saying. That would be very nice. Limit 2 per customer. Wow. There's some good 11th gen deals, that's for sure. MSI, Gaming Carbon, Wi-Fi, LGA, 1200, 11900K, 342. And of course, once the prices go up a little bit more, you do get a little bit more savings, yeah. Money isn't much of a problem. I do have a job. Awesome, dude. Awesome. Glad you have a jobbo or job. So yeah, generally motherboard, you want to make sure it's a good one. Gigabyte Aurorus Elite, nice. We have a Gigabyte Aurorus Pro for the gaming motherboard. I had found out that the 9900K works really good on the Gigabyte Aurorus motherboards. So yeah, it rotates from days to nights every 2 days. Oh, a swing shift. Oh god, poor soul. Whew. Not the old saying, I feel sorry for you, but oh my. Yikes. But see how this one only has one video out, only one display port? For some reason, Gigabyte only likes to give you one video out. So if you have more than one monitor, you have to plug into your GPU. So there's that. But they have really good audio stuff. That's why I was talking about the audio stuff. All this stuff right here, that's all audio right there. And some things I've noticed from looking at a lot of motherboards is how many of these little capacitors are actually there and how big are the chips and everything. That's why I was looking at or nitpicking on the other motherboards. I'm like, yeah, it's got some good audio. It's alright. But Gigabyte has good audio stuffs. It would be nice to upgrade to, say, 11th or 12th gen, probably 11th gen. I'd really like 12th, that'd be better, because I'd like to test out the gaming and streaming on one computer, mainly because you have enough cores, and the E cores do all the background stuff, and you know, but the downfall with all on one computer is that computer reboots for whatever reason or gets an error and has to be restarted. You just now lost your stream. That's what we spent about $600 deciding. Do we just get, you know, 11th gen or 12th gen? 12th gen would have been about $1,000 for a good motherboard, 12900K, which was basically $600 at that time, and a $400 motherboard. And not knowing if gaming and streaming on it we're going to be good. You know, enough CPU left after streaming for the game. Or spend about half that money and bring out my old motherboard, put the old CPU in it, the 9700K, get a capture card for about 130, another computer case, basically take the gaming computer, put that in a new case, and streaming stuff in the old case. Actually, should have did it the other way around because I put the smaller motherboard in the bigger case and the bigger motherboard in the smaller case. So you live and learn. Anyway, for under 600 bucks, we were able to basically get dual computer up and running. And I bought another Dark Rock Pro 4 cooler for the streaming computer because I know what it can do. And I know at times the streaming computer can get into the high wattages. Yeah, the 9700K has used 195 watts. That's insane. 8 core, 8 thread using almost 200 watts. Before there was a Cyber Ninja 5 on there, and I don't think that was done up for over 200 watts. So, kind of good that did the Dark Rock Pro 4 on the 9700K. Take your TDP, your thermal, I think it was thermal dynamic power or thermal design power. Take that number and double it. Then get a cooler that can match that. You're good. Been working for me. Yeah. So, yeah. Surprised nothing's backed up. What about NVIDIA? They're Mr. DeGoof. Sounds almost French. DeGoof. What do you like to eat tonight? I want the Parmesan DeGoof. Yeah. Something. Seems interesting. But so far, this has been working good. I don't mind AFKing from the game because I know how to solve things roughly. At least have a good attempt at it. What I'm not seeing is any more dirt on the ground. So yeah. But man, for definitely under $400, you get a 11900K and a damn good motherboard. It's crazy. Enough friends? Yeah, I am a bit of a goof. We all are. No worries with that, man. Being weird is normal, and being normal is weird. Gem compressor is going to get ready to chomp away. There it goes. Having that, go into their Hydroneer Discord, in the pinned post in the help channel, you will see the layout for the logic on this. It'll be for the logic smelter, but you can put the logic gem compressor in its place. They sell the gem compressor in 2 different areas. You can either use the handle or you can use logic. So both, it works. Both does good. So if you're like starting your save on, you don't have the logic money, you can still just pull the handle as long as the gems that are in there are cut, and use that. Put a cut or gem polisher hook or gem cutting hook, whatever the hell its name is. Actually, kind of forgot we can just turn it off, not have it change on us or anything. There you go. Gem polisher hook. Okay, so polisher, not cutter. Gotcha. But oddly enough, it cuts the gems, because when you pick up the gem compressor, it says the gems have to be cut. So, oh shit, there we got a pile up there. Not good. Tap that in there a little bit. The magnet has a certain range, so good to go. So yeah, let's put this back down to 50. See if I can do it with mouse a little more accurate. Just a touch. Now we can really see. Very nice, very nice. And replace the window. But yeah, not to say if money is not an issue. 11900K DDR4 memory, and if you want, you can take that to 12th and 13th gen later on. Plus DDR4 RAM is not that expensive. You can get a 32 gig kit, two 16 gig sticks, usually for about $100, which is not bad. Yeah, consider. 32 will start you out good. 64 down the road. We get two 16s first. Too bad that Cloutium there. There we go. See what our Cloutium is at the moment. 5,000 there. 3,100. That's not bad at all. That's doing good. So this is what we've mined today so far. Kind of need to mine more than what we're building. So 8,100. Not bad. This is 1,900, so there's 10 grand. Getting there. Getting there. Right. Should be able to turn those on. Yeah. Let's give those a try. Or college try, as they say. Open that. See how far that goes with pressure. Could be everything. Yep. Want to make sure that the conveyor belts are going in case they're turned off for some stupid reason. And now the lag pass. We're going to open this up. I'm going to show you what this thing can kind of do. At least a good portion of them. Thank you for the follow, man. I do appreciate that. Luis Aslat. Louis C. Slat. Or C. Slat. You let me know how it's pronounced, and I'll do my best not to mess it up. Right, so that is Lag Pest 101. Basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 funnels worth. Or 6 funnels. Actually, there's not exactly 72 there. Some of the funnels don't have exactly 72 because they're all on this one. But as you can see, you get a lot going. It really bogs you down. And we let it go. You'll get down to 1 FPS really fast. So it's pretty much why we have it set up right here so we can watch everything and then just turn off the drills. Turn off the drills. Hello. Usually why I try to turn off the mouse versus the controller. So yeah. So basically 7 funnels. I thought it was 6, but maybe 500 drills ish. It's 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it was 7. Okay, so about 500 drills worth, and the dirt's still coming out. Yeah. That's kind of the downfall with dirt on belts is you have to wait for that dirt to get there, where if it's through a funnel, it falls down very quickly and gets on your main belt and gets processed very nicely. Yeah. That looks how yours runs, gotcha. But on your end, your CPU bottlenecked for core 8 thread, so yeah. Once you get past that, it'll be running a lot better. Basically, the game engine will be your bottleneck at that point, like it is here. We have the 9900K, 8 core, 16 thread, and we're at 4.9 gigahertz, where you're at about 3.6 is what you were saying. That makes a big difference. It really, really does. You may not think of it, but when it's instructions per clock, but every clock speed does a certain amount of calculations. So that's why people overclock to get better scores, or maybe do better in their game if it's CPU dependent, or they get better RAM, so it helps the CPU out to do stuff a little bit faster. RAM only helps the CPU, not the GPU. Technically, that's why basically your CPU is here and your RAM is like right next to it, because it needs the shortest distance possible so it can help out the CPU as fast as it can. That's also why certain M.2s are right underneath the CPU, because they'll go right to the CPU versus go through the chipset and then up to the CPU. So in other words, your C drive, if you go M.2, should be in that first M.2 slot under the CPU. And then your, say your game stuff and other shit or backup M.2 can be in the lower slots. So yeah. So just with water and the conveyor belts, you'll see the FPS go up just killing the water basically. Now we still have some water going through conveyor belts. Turn that off, we'll get a little bit more FPS. Yeah. I like to kind of keep the belts running basically. Oh, autosave. It goes down to 12. But what I was doing last night before shutting the stream down is I would turn off the water to the whole plant. We're getting 50 some FPS. Wonder if we have some extra dirt somewhere. Or all raw resources too. Give that a try. So do not look at so much of the windows. Maybe even less. About 50 FPS. Turn on the water, which goes to all the belts. Now we're down in the 30s. So just water running through your pipes are going to lag you out. That's why they would say, well, how many drills do you have? Well, about 200 or 300. Yeah, okay, that's why. So water through the pipes going to the drills themselves, the dirt from the drills, then the resources, going out of the harvester onto the belt again. They have tested just the harvester going into a logic destroyer, and there was no FPS drop. As soon as the resources hit a belt, even if there was a logic destroyer right after it, as soon as it hit the belt, that's when they got a lot of lag. So you want to keep your sorting area excuse me, as short as possible. One gem compressor, because those gems are resources and the game's needing to calculate where all of them are going. if the gem compressor was designed to where it oh shit, no wonder. That's probably what's lagging us out too. If it didn't separate the gems, yeah, that's a good little amount there. Not too bad. Yeah, this is kind of what I wanted, because if everything is turned off, I'm not having any gems coming through to activate that. You know. And not to say I'm lazy, but I just wanted to see if I could do it. That's basically turn this on and off. And have it go through twice, but it's alright. It's alright. And so lazy to work, I can't just drop this and do that, which does the same thing. It was just a wonder, you know, can you do it? And that way you don't have to part with putting the window back or anything. Yeah. Majority of these have conveyor belts. What I'm wondering is on the windows, how far we had gotten. Didn't get superly far, but I'm just kind of wondering, because we can turn on more drills. Yeah, that one's not really finished. Okay. So that one's finished. I mean, we don't really have a lot of drills on that side, but you know, we do have some drills over the top. Okay, so at the very least, up to this one. So we turn that on, turn that off. That on. Turn that on so we get water down there. That's on. Of course, that's the one that we were running before. Cool. Basically, I have valves on here so we could have water running down. So you want to test this last one, right? Turn that off for right now. So you want to test this last one, but you don't want to run all 14 funnels worth of drills. You just want to test these last ones to make sure the dirt is in the correct spot for the drill so it works. So we had to basically set up it a little bit different. And of course we have a pressure tank right before each funnel worth of drills. And you put a gauge right after it, so technically you can see if stuff is getting pressure or not. So obviously this one's getting pressure because we have some numbers there. And if your shard bar runs out, it's going to be a lot lower number. So you'll know kind of like which one kind of bit the bullet and then vanished out. But shard bars will disappear at a rate of 0.117 weight per minute, or 1.1 every 10 minutes worth of weight. So you stick a bar a couple thousand weight, you're good for a while. Do the math, you're good for quite some time. All right, we had 7 up to here, so that's 8, 9. Oh, okay. Because that one's turned off and we're not set for that past there. Sounds good. I'm going to make sure that this is on. So we can have those belts running. Now, a lot of times when I stand here at 32 FPS, though, it's crazy. I think it'd be more, but it's probably because of all the conveyor belts running, all the water. We'll give it a good save right before. Nothing's anywhere, and that's good. But nothing is jammed up under here by chance. Weird. RAM's alright. We have 64 gigs of RAM on here as well. Think you need 16, get 32. You think you need 32, get 64. Think you need 64, just get 64, you're good. We're not at the time yet with games and programs where you're actually going to utilize more than 64 gigs of RAM. We're using 23 gigs of RAM right now, 22.9 really, out of 63.9. You're good. Always get more RAM than what you need because you need room for cache. If the CPU needs some of that cache, it can use it. If your hard drives need it, it can use it. Drives, I should say. If you're downloading a game, it's going to cache some RAM. So even though there's an ad coming up, we'll hit it here. So we'll let that run for about a minute. So 648 drills, basically. Just waiting for it to get to the minutes. And stop. There we go. So basically, a minute's worth of commercial ads and a minute worth of mining. Get up here, see everything. So 648 drills, ripping and roaring. Now I've turned off the water to the drills. Purely just processing dirt and moving resources at 3 FPS. CPU utilization, we're at 22%, 21%, 22, 32, 23, 20, 21. CPU temp, 46, 49C, 52C, 47, 50, 54 watts on average. CPU's fine. It's fine. It's doing good. GPU is actually downclocked to 1410 on the core clock. So the GPU is actually about 400 megahertz lower than what it normally is. But then again, it is a 3080, so. But it's also mining Bitcoin. So now that a lot more dirt is done, now the resources are going, FPS comes back up. It's yours at full chat after 5 minutes. Gotcha. Also notice when the frames go to 1 and 2 FPS, my GPU and CPU go idle with 0 usage. Yep. Because basically, there isn't anything there for them to do because you're at 1 to 2 frames per second. So now that we're a little bit higher, CPU usage is in the mid-20s. CPU temp is 50 above, a little bit above. Wattage is still about in the 50 range. So yeah, CPU didn't really change much. The game engine did. So that's why I mentioned to people like in the Discord, you have like 20 drills and you're lagging, you're in the single FPS. What's your CPU? It's a laptop. Can you find your PC specs? We have one person's like, what's your PC specs? They're like, it's a computer. Like, no shit. Really? Could you find your PC specs so we can help you out a little bit? You know. They're like, yeah. It's an i3. Okay, could you tell us what model number it is? Because there's like 100 different i3s. Yeah. So once we get like what model, basically what gen it is, that can kind of denote how many cores, how many threads. Whether this game doesn't utilize hyper-threading. So that's, oh, we got one that got stuck. That's why I mentioned how many cores. That's why I went with a 9700K versus an 8700K. 6 core, 8700K, 8 core, 9700K. But the 6 core was multi-threaded, so 6 core 12 thread. But the 8 core was single threaded, so 8 core 8 thread. They just turned off the hyper threading for marketing, sales, whatever. Some of the 9700K chips, maybe some of the hyper threads just didn't really work out too well. You would have had like 8 core and 12 threads, you know, instead of 16. So they just turned off the extra threads and just gave you 8 core 8 threads and sold it. Still does fine. But pure core gaming performance, 8 is better than 6. Like in this game, you have 4 cores, this runs on 6. So you're already down by 2 cores, even though you have 8 threads. You're still down by 2 cores because this only runs on your main cores or your main threads versus the multi-thread or hyper-threading. It's very interesting. That's probably what I should have done too. Probably should have turned off belts past where we were using. Actually, it'd be right here. Maybe that'll help with FPS a little bit. Lightly. And the other thing too, water running through belts, we've got about 3 FPS on that. The belts are moving. It's something else for the game engine to process. That's why I wanted to try to do a beltless funnel system, but the way that the tiers are, by the time you brought the funnel down, you'd have like 20 drills. Ooh. So that's why I kind of thought of trying to do what we have here. Is to come up here and do it this way, where we have funnel after funnel, and that way we can fit in a lot more drills. It's a very big claim that a lot just don't realize really how big it is. And that's like sprinting sideways if we're able to. Yeah, can't sprint sideways, but you can kind of sprint diagonally. So there's that. But looking away, you know, basically you look up at the sky, there's really nothing. So you're in the 40s. We look at the claim, we do have some water running through some belts. We're at 12 FPS. The windows themselves would normally take me down into the high teens. Nothing running. But of course we're adding more windows. But I'm also kind of hoping that the windows get a little less laggy. That would be nice. Sure wouldn't hurt, you know. But I'll slap this save to Itchy Beard and he can give it to the team. It's like, okay, I made shit wider. There's 2,000 plus drills. and a lot of fucking windows. Yeah, do it up. Make those windows better, please. Like, I just look at my claim and I'm at like 2 FPS. What the hell? Please optimize windows. Thank you. Per favor, whatever. Gracias. Salutes. Yeah, because we're gonna extend this out all the way here. God forbid how long the dirt would come from all the way over there. Pretty much going about that speed. And then coming down the conveyor belt just to get to the harvester. God damn. Yeah, it's gonna suck. It's gonna take 5 minutes just to finish out all the dirt at like 0 FPS at that. At that point, it'd be a minute or 1 frame per minute. So, pretty crazy. And that's not even having the T1s going as well. We pretty much took out a lot of the piping for the T1s for the time being because we get more resources out of the T2s than the T1s, so there's that. Kind of want to get these off of here, but I don't want to remove them. Basically, when I come through with a cart, I end up forgetting that this is here, even though I built it all. And can't run through there, so that's fine. And I can't put the cart down to then crouch and then pick up the cart and then get underneath here, so yeah. Sometimes. Now, could just put the floor over here and be done with it, but taking one pipe is a little bit quicker. Actually, that one's fine. Because I moved the floors over there, so depending on how things were built and where we put things and whatnot, and this is fine. No, nothing there. Feel something, you know something's there, but then you go digging. No nuggets. So yeah, it's interesting how everything works and whatnot. Oh, I wonder if dirt was passing through here. Well, there's nothing bunched up, so I guess it did. Kinda forgot to check that. I don't think we deleted dirt. Tap it again just to see. Seems like it would skate under there, you know. Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Even the little bigger chunks. Yeah, the little bigger chunks, but some of the chunks can get onto another one and then they can get to be bigger. Yeah, it just goes right through. It's another reason why I use windows as well. Because at times they get stuck on the tin sheets or floors or walls. Just turn that off. Right down to 3 FPS, alright. So just to show you the dirt going through. Trying to crouch, but I was having a hard time doing that. Smidgen of ice drain, yeah. gems. As you can see, some of the dirt chunks going in there are kind of big. But it doesn't matter if they're big or small, it'll still work. The only time the bigger chunks actually help you is when you're first starting out. Because you're moving less dirt, you know, literally by hand. So I cleared that out, and it wasn't really on for very long. Doctor. Yeah. Alright, so basically we want that to run, so turn that off. Turn that off. That off. That off. That. Air belts. That off. That off. It should just run. Oh, why is that still on? I didn't turn it off. That should be fine. Now get the magnet. We have a catastrophe here. Okay, gold chunk all the way down here. Really? Gold chunk right there. Chunk of gold. How that gets there, I still haven't figured out. The second time it's happened. Crazy, man. Yep, just give the gems a little tap with the magnet. Good to go. $50 gems, they ought to be pretty close. Should be fine. Yep, there it goes. But low FPS is what basically does that. Logging up there. 17? Okay, we could actually shut a bit more off. We can also turn this off as well. Less water through pipes, less belts running, gains 3 FPS with that. Yeah. And technically we could turn these off too, but the downfall is, oh no, actually it won't, because this funnel is not bringing in dirt. Because at times dirt will fall onto this funnel or this conveyor belt here, you know, but we have dirt coming in through there, so good to go. Funny how the dirt bounces, but it's a very done very well game. The game's done very well. This sounds weird saying it, but they did a very good job making the game. Okay, that sounds better. So yeah, great physics. It's just. Max had mentioned to me in the public test branch with moving a lot of items in the cart or the truck can be helped, but it's going to take a lot of work in the engine. But he didn't say no. So there's hope, you know, at least for moving items in the game, and that could possibly also be done to the amount of resources, whether it be dirt or actual ore. You could also transfer to that as well too, because the belts are actually moving said resources and everything. So yeah, it's very interesting. So we'll turn that back on since we eliminated a lot with belts and water pressure and everything. That's done, so shuts everything off there. And don't need that on. That's running as well, which we don't need on. So even more belts not running, so that's good. So the only ones that should be running is that funnel. Turn on all of them. I think that's all 128. And we put the other two back. Yeah. So that's all 128 running. Very interesting after a while. But as you can see, you don't need windows above where the dirt comes out. You almost don't even need the windows that are right here, because technically when the dirt is firing out of here, it's actually just hitting this window. So we can get to where the chunk of dirt is. There you go. So technically you don't even need these up here. Kind of nice. There's even more windows. So if you're not building anything higher, save on some windows, which is good. But we're gonna try to build to the sky. It's just the optimizing of the game needs to be a lot more per se to be able to make that happen, basically. So lots of time left, you know, to do that, everything. None of these belts should be moving. No. Coal planes. So that's 128 of them roaring. Basically, before we were getting dirt stuck on the angled windows, I didn't know. And way down. But dirt was getting stuck on the angled windows, like I was saying. Specifically, right after a T2. So here's a T2 drill. There. And the dirt would come over here and it would get stuck right in this corner. And it would build up. And it would happen over and over and over and over. So if you're running stuff for a while you're doing other things, dirt build up, eventually it'll lag you down. You get too much and it'll crash your game. Not good. So for people that will AFK for 8 hours or something on their game, okay, there's a chunk of dirt. No more there. Probably because we didn't really run it for extremely long. There's another chunk that got stuck. Now, a lot of times they'll clump up into another one. They'll get big enough and they'll roll and, you know, continue. But surefire way, put it on a belt, run the dirt, send it down into a square channel with windows. You could use the little funnels, but they don't work that awesomely. You know, a funnel and then a window and then a funnel and then a window and so on. But it doesn't quite work as good as you'd wish. But it also depends on how the dirt is going through the funnel. If it's coming right out of the drill, or if it's coming off the end of the conveyor belt. It just kind of depends, basically. That gets a little loud. But with 128 running, pretty smooth. It's not too bad. You definitely get a fair amount of resources. I would think anything about 10 FPS is pretty decent. Work out good for you. But it depends how many are running to take you down to 10 FPS, really. From what it seems. You know, so there's that. .8 degrees today. I actually turned off the fan that usually blows on me. No need for it at the moment. Cool enough. Actually 75.6 degrees by the UPSs. That's in Fahrenheit. 82.4 degrees coming out of the back of the gaming computer in Fahrenheit. The, well, yeah, CPU's at 49C, 52C. Fan speed's at like 70%, 65%. Basically, when it hits 50C, it's supposed to go up to about 100. And under 50C, it gets about 65%, so there's that. The other big thing to keep your GPU and CPUs cool, make sure you have a way to set the fan speeds. GPU would be great, 100% at 78%, so that way it should not go over 80C for very long or very often. CPU, you can kind of do what you want. But again, you can set it at 78C. You can just kind of ramp it up to 78C basically. A lot of the default stuff will do that, but they'll take it to like 90 or 95, maybe 100. The 100, your computer is going to shut off. So they might ramp it up to like 95C. Most CPUs aren't going to get to 95C unless every single thread is at 100%. We did a benchmark on the CPU here and every thread was at 100% and we hit 95C. Even with the fans going full blow or full speed, basically after, I think I had it set at 55 or 60C at 100%, it's just every thread was at 100%. And using was 220 some watts. It was cooking. It was doing good. Now, some will say, well, yeah, water cooler would be like 40 C, man. All right, do that for 2 hours. Tell me what your temp is. Because after 2 hours, that water cooler is going to meet maximum cooling efficiency in that water per your ambient air temperature. After 2 hours, a water cooler does no better than an air cooler. Just air coolers get up to that max temp a lot faster than the water coolers. The only difference. Plus, like I mentioned before, the water coolers have the pump that can fail on you, and then your computer's on for a minute, reaches 100 C, and then shuts off because there's nothing cooling it. Fuck that. Plus, the radiator is big and bulky, and a lot of times you put it on the top, you hit your motherboard. Or you put it on the front, and you're blowing in hot air to your GPU. Yeah, that's nice. Get an air cooler and be done with it. Get 2 fans that do 2400 RPM each. Good to go. That's what I have. So yeah. 128, doing pretty good. Get that cloud tune to fall in there. 8100. 1600 there, that's not bad. 1500, yep. Not too shabby. But we're gonna kill at least 65 of those, so we only have 63 running. Increases our FPS just a good amount. Almost 2 million worth of Cloutium and coin-wise, or 9,600 in weight. We had this on there, we have 11,581. That. Okay, now we just have 63 running. Zipping along real nice and fast. Doing good. So yeah. Most of the time with big builds like this, we don't do it so we can run 1,000, 2,000 drills all at once. Basically, at that point, what we're doing is, like for me, I would stand here. Yeah, autosave. Basically, just let the dirt finish up here. Like when I did the 1080 test, that's what these bars are here for. Is these bars were from the 1080 tests. This was 1 second, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. This was almost like 2 minutes something. So just 1 second burst. Whoa. Start with me, controller. So 1 second burst on 1080 drills got us 37 weight for 1 second. Oh, that's awesome, man. Yeah. That's just 1 second. 30 seconds. I think it'd be 30 times as much. No, 194. 37, I was to say 40. So 4.5 times more for 10 times the time. More drills, longer time does not equal more resources. Now, about 2 minutes worth, because it was for a screenshot and it didn't crash. 718 Cloutium for around 2 minutes worth on 1080 drills. Still not bad, to be honest. But when we're doing a lot of drills, basically it's turn it on, turn it off, do a 1 second burst, and just let the dirt process. Now, there's only 63 drills, so it's not going to be a lot. And there's still some dirt falling. And now we're done with the dirt. Now we're done with the resources. Yeah. When I did the 1034 David and Goliaths, basically I turned it on, turned it off, and basically threw out one chunk of dirt, 1034 chunks of dirt, and it was solid 2 FPS. That was on the 9700K and the 1660 Super, if I remember right. 6 gigs of VRAM. The VRAM's not the issue. How's it going, Teleman? Hopefully things are going good and well with you. It's more CPU dependent than GPU dependent, you know, at that point. And because we had the 9700K, we had 8 cores, and the game is now running off of 6 cores. So CPU was fine. At that point, it was game engine bottlenecks, which it still kind of is, but we can do a hell of a lot more now than what we could 2 years ago, because the game's been rewritten. We could run 1080 drills for 2 minutes and it not crash. 2 minutes, it's crazy. Let alone 1 second and hope the game doesn't crash with 1034 Davids and Goliaths. So, much bigger improvement than what we've had before. But Teleman, hopefully things are going good and well with you. You haven't completed the game because the game isn't finished yet. There's still lots to come and lots to do. If you're running out of ideas, just think of stuff to do, you know. Increase your claim, increase your design, increase your machines. Have fun with it. Think of stuff to do and see if it'll work. Pretty much the general fun portion of the game, you know. Expand stuff, build stuff. Just enjoy it, you know. But don't feel bad thinking, you know, you've done everything that you can think of fun-wise, and you're just waiting for the next update, because a lot of people are in the same boat. You know, you have a design that you cannot improve. What kind of design do you have? Sometimes things can be improved, and sometimes everything is at the max that, you know, like you have dirt running through funnels and not hitting belts, so everything's optimized as much as it can be, and you're just waiting for more content. You know, that happens. We can get up a little bit higher. I'm trying to remember, is that can't get through there? Really? That sucks. Trying to. Oh, maybe I wasn't crouched. There we go. Press the button, but it didn't work. Making sure that we're maybe not building too high. Seem to be doing okay. Could add more drills, but can't run my full design for 10 minutes without it jamming. Too much gold for the game to handle. What part is jamming? Like, already millions per hour? Usually. The solid stream of gold and iron running in smelters. Yep. But what part of the gold is actually jamming for you? You know. Trying to find the staircase there. Kind of there, but we'll just run around. No biggie. Alright. So you're jamming at the mouth of the harvester. Oh. Why would it be jamming at the mouth of the harvester for you? Reason why it would do that is you're turning off your machines, or you're not turning off your machines. You're not turning off your machines when you save your game. Excuse me. If, like what we do right now, if we save the game while stuff is running and we reload it, and you have, you know, you don't have save ores check marked. In other words, it would, you do have it check marked or whatever. It would save all the ores right at the mouth of the harvester, right here. So therefore, when you start it up again, everything kind of bunches up. Turn off your machines. Turn the machines off. And make sure everything clears before you save your game. You don't, there's a way to fix it. What do you mean by that? You don't know if there's a way, or don't think there's a way? Yeah. I would load in, everything is off, okay. Then as soon as I start everything in about a minute, it gets clogged. Interesting. That's not normal. Are you running any mods? Are you using the Build Anywhere mod by chance? Are you sure that, say, all the dirt, if there was dirt in front of, say, the harvester, that you cleared out every single pixel of dirt? Because if there's just like one little pixel of dirt, a certain ore could be hitting that chunk of dirt. No? Okay. Because we don't have any logging here ever. So that's why I'm kind of wondering. Yeah. But so far, I say the only thing you could possibly do, which obviously would be a lot of rigoro, is put your harvester like one spot over. Try a different spot. See if that kind of works, you know. So it's just a wonder. Oh, harvester has an unlimited amount of processing of dirt. First says the devs. So you can throw in thousands of dirt and it'll be fine. It'll take it. It'll work. We've ran 1,080 drills in here and never once had a clog here. So, I know you just mentioned you're not doing that. I'm just thinking of solutions to help you out. Because if you mention that in their Discord, they're going to probably tell you the same thing. Move your harvester, put it in a different spot, reload your game, which you have many times. Just one type of ore getting stuck is very uncommon. Yeah. Don't care if it would fix that problem, you're not doing it. Okay, then. Can't really help you with that then. You know, if you're not willing to try other stuff, then you're going to run out of options really fast. Are you using the standard harvester? Because there are modded harvesters. And if anything is modded, I'm not saying that you're using it, but if they are, mention that in the modding channel, and maybe they can give it a patch or a fix or something. You know, there's always hope. And if it's a vanilla thing, put it in the bug report in their Discord. Throw some pictures up. And maybe a video. Yeah. Videos are great. Photos are awesome. But just text is okay. But photos are great. Videos are the best, obviously. But you shouldn't have any clogging coming out of the harvester. We even have a window in front of it. That's doing fine. We could possibly put the window down here. Shouldn't do anything. Should be fine. So being that you're having one or more resources get stuck out of the harvester is very weird. Yeah. Why would you think my operation is 50 times slower than yours? Just wondering. I'm not running at full bore because we're also going to build stuffs. They're saying it's probably faster than that since gold doesn't get collision on conveyors. Everything has collision at some point in the game engine. You know, it's just how things work. Making sure I wasn't crouched. Can't go off of certain things when you're crouched, you know. Hey, you can put it in their Discord. I'll see it in there. But technically, we're trying to help you with an issue. You know. But if you're not willing to take certain steps, then we can only help you so much. Yep. Very interesting. See how the jimmies are doing. Yep, so far so good. Nothing clogging up. Yep, there we go. That should be over soon. Yep, so far so good. Alright, let's check over here. Right side, you get free SMR? Sure, true. That is true. But if the harvester is pure vanilla, no mods, no any of that other stuff, don't build anywhere mod or anything, and stuff is clogging at the exit of the harvester, mention it in mention it in their Discord and see if they can help you. I help a lot of folks in there, and like I mentioned, they probably mentioned some of the same things I may have mentioned here. Make sure there's nothing in front of it, no dirt, speck, or anything. If you can, pick up the harvester, put it back down, try out of Windows again. Try it in a different spot for some unknown reason. Maybe there's a spot in the game that just doesn't like having a harvester there. It's hard for the devs to technically try everything in every single spot and every single sync, everything. It's hard to do that. So technically, with 500,000 games sold and probably 400,000 users, you know, some games are going to get refunded. It happens. That's a lot of people trying a lot of different combinations in your game, more than say a handful of people in your team to try stuff. So it's another reason why they don't have a bug list or an error list, or common problem list. Is what they've mentioned is we want people to report things, even if it's been reported over and over. We want to find out how many times has that been reported, and they keep a list of it, how many times this has happened, that has happened, yada yada. So therefore they can say, okay, well, this only happened once, this has happened at least 100 times. But if someone sees a list and is like, oh, well, it's already been reported, I don't need to report it. That's their way of I'd say thinking, but working of it, so to speak. For their reasoning behind it, you know. But yeah. Like I say, if you're able to do a video, post it in their bug report. They do see every single channel, every single comment. Just because they don't react or give a thumbs up or something to it, doesn't mean it goes unheard or unseen. They do see everything. They check every thread every day. They have a nice full-time job there. Actually, they just got another community helper, so more eyes to see the channels even more. Very nice. Looking at the radar, a lot of ground moisture, fog or something rolling in. Seems to happen every night, so nothing too strange. It's a nice little radar loop, but wish it wasn't so precise. That would be nice. I wonder too is what kind of conveyor is after your harvester? Is it a straight conveyor? Is it a splitter? Is it a vertical conveyor? Is it a right angle conveyor? Because there's only so many types. It is known that if you put a vertical conveyor right up to the harvester, the ores aren't going to move at all. Tried that. I'm like, that's a bummer. Okay, well, put a straight conveyor and then an angled, and you're good, yeah. Or just put the harvester at the same level of where all of your sorting parts are, and you don't have to use a vertical conveyor at all. Yeah. No, put in a bug report, because if something's doing something that it's not supposed to, that's a bug. So. Because bug report really isn't for chatting and discussing. They have discussion, it's about media. Shouldn't really be discussing a lot of media, but it's okay to do for a while, but not for hours on end. Yeah. Post it in bug report and talk about it and help because you're needing help on something. You know. And videos are great rather than say photos, like I've already mentioned. And make sure there's sound on and nothing else in the background. Yeah. No other videos or music or whatever. That way they can just hear the game sound, they can hear what the harvester's just doing. You know. If you do have a microphone, make sure you're not super duper louder than the game or something. Or at the very least, make sure the game's not louder than you so they can understand what you're saying. You know, stuff like that. Simple things. I'm just grabbing a few hundred of these. So we're good to go. They're loading in good. It seems that when I would have the cart at an angle, that's what was given majority of our problems. I pulled it up a little too far this way. How are we doing on the cash? Not bad. Always turning some gold. Actually get some from the logic area. Just want to go back a little bit at a time. Oh, that's why. Before you know it, you go back a big chunk. 1,700, hell yeah. About 420 windows, not bad. Pretty good. 400 some windows, 1,600 coin. Yeah, you're gonna have some 1 or 2 FPS rates. gonna happen. But actually, with the sensitivity turned up, I'm turning a lot quicker. That's nice. Before I would have to drop it, turn, pick it up, do it again. Yeah. Yeah. I'm guessing you joined my Discord there, Teleman? And guessing you didn't change your name to your Twitch name, so I know who you are, like it mentioned. Yeah. Yeah. Please change your nickname in the server to match your Twitch name. This way I know who the hell you are. Do that in chat, type /Nick, then your Twitch name. And the nickname will only show in my server, not every Discord server. Or just change your Discord name to your Twitch name and don't have to worry about it ever again. But post it in their Discord, not mine, so they can help you as well. That's a discussion in discussions. That's good. Stand on discussions. Sounds good. Yep. Back onto this. But I appreciate you joining the Discord. Make sure you change your name to your Twitch name. Be all set. A lot of people mention that, so they know who you are. Simple. You know. It's also nice on the 2.0 is obviously the clans got deeper. Also, it got improved in height, or say depth, because the claim got deeper. Build height also got higher too. Trying to remember which spot we were on. Oh, I already have it there. Went to crouch, but the game was saying. Yeah, we're right there. Sounds good. All right, so we're down here. It's important to kind of know where you're going with steps. Cart's full. Takes a while. There. That'll work. I've got to hit the restroom, so I'll be back in a moment, guys. situated right. And you did go for wins the raffle. Very nice, man. Very nice. It says add in progress too. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Try that. Get the fan on a little bit, but not too much. Hey, 6 degrees by the weather stuffs, not bad. Have that in the right spot, so that's good. See something here. That's good. Take care of a bud and Cappy string. All roads lead to the alien. Yeah, that's not a bot. Alright, so that's good. Taking care of a bot the other day, and the one mod's like, is Matt pressing buttons? Cappy's like, yeah, he's our bot killer. The mod's like, it's a never-ending battle. It's like, yeah, I know. It don't matter. It's all good. But I mentioned to him, I have Chatty, and he's like, Chatty's awesome. Yeah, it's super great. I want to make sure getting these in the right spot. There we go. Someone's wondering what kind of goals to shoot for. Got the game a week or so ago. Had some cloud sim drills, having lots of fun. Kind of really what to go for, but looking for goals. Did show them a picture of our setup here. It could be a goal, but goal that one should, not that you shouldn't try it. It's just it takes a long time. That's all. Excuse me. But definitely turning up the sensitivity does help out quite a lot. If you're using a controller, obviously. Excuse me.
You handed me the photograph, but I don't even see your face. Oh, or have you brought me now?
Lots of it leads to expanding the factory for the sake of expanding the factory kind of deal. Yep, exactly. Pretty much. I mean, technically, once you say the obvious, made millions per hour or whatnot, there really isn't a whole lot to do in the game. But they're working on that in the farming update. So soon, there'll be more to do. Pretty nice. And more vehicles are coming as well. Not just in the farming update, but in the T3 update too, which has really got us wondering what they're going to have. Mainly the Hydro excavator, which I loved, got really janky in 1.7. Excuse me. Mainly because they were trying to fix some of the suspension issues, so to speak, and the Hydro truck just didn't play well at all. So they kind of scrapped it. It's like, it's out of here. So basically, they're going to redesign something from the ground up, obviously, and see how that works, you know. But kind of hoping there's a nice digging machine, nice digging vehicle, excavating vehicle, if you will. That'd be really nice. I was never one for repeating machines that would just chunk out dirt. I would rather use a vehicle to dig the dirt, basically. Yeah. Machines are a lot more fun, basically. You like Tonka truck time, or Tonka truck toy time, or whatever. Yeah. Just something that's fun about it. You know, everyone has their fun type passions and such. So, yeah. Just depends. So I was slightly bummed that the Hydro Excavator wasn't in 2.0. But then we had different tiers of dirt, and it's like, interesting. Okay. And knowing that the excavator pretty much got canned, and they'll have different vehicles in the T3 update. Like, okay, so soon, yeah. Gotcha. Interesting. So, who knows what it'll be. But Max was also mentioning that the Hydro Excavator is way overpowered. Which I agree, but it didn't hold enough dirt in my mind. But it did alright. You know. He's seen my setups for it. Basically, I would use the vehicle recall or unstuck. Well, basically, the recall nearest vehicle. I would do that and set up a processing plant where that vehicle respawned at. Worked out really, really well. Oops. So, yeah. Cell phone froze up on the stream. Okay. We go to Twitch chat. Thought it was just my tablet being old, but yeah. Nope. But I'm kind of glad that there's a steamroller type machine coming out for in the farming update that'll really help people that don't really want to do underground or say below top dirt type claims. They just want to do stuff on top and have a little bit of fun with it, you know. But they don't want to spend 6+ hours just flattening South Hope. Now you'll have basically a steamroller, hydro roller, if you will, to help you flatten that out a lot faster. The I want to say blueprint for the machine or base design, or there was some word that they described it as. I just forgot what that word is, but it looks like it's working pretty good. I think it does 2 or 3 squares at a time, and you can adjust the height of the roller. So where maybe, I guess, if you wanted to go and you wanted to go down one more, you could lower it and then continue at that level or something, at least until your wheels got down, and then you'd probably raise it up one. Something. And you could raise it up if you wanted to go upwards, you know. But it was just a base working model or drawing. I'd say working model, but still just a base design of it. Nothing, you know, no reflection stuff like you see on the pipe and shadows and, you know, not much detail to it, but a rough concept, if you know. So that was very nice. Yeah, one more. This out of here. So you just put it there, or put it there for now. Kind of out of our way. Getting some of the ways of doing windows here. That's right, we back right up against the conveyors. Nice. Yeah, much easier than trying to do a 180. The downfall is have to kind of look down. But sure, if we were just here, we'd still have to look down, but got more stuff in our way. Takes one half dozen of another. Do what works. It's simple. All it is. Wonder that. Heard a bunch of fans kicked up on the gaming computer. I was like, oh, what? But every single thread went to 100% for some reason. Something. Little blip on the C drive. Nothing crazy. Windows are in the right spot, having the pipe right in the way. up and out in the Discord. When I was asking if the oh shit, auto smelters. Yeah, one word I didn't read was the word auto for auto smelters. I thought they meant the standard smelters. What you get when you read too fast? Like, try not to read too fast. I wrote back in there, it's like, sorry you said auto smelters. Yes, they will. My goof. But technically, there's no reason for the logic smelters or auto smelters, whichever name you wish to go by, because nothing requires an exact amount of weight. The anvil and ice helm to craft items will give you the excess back. So, you know, you need a 300 weight bar and you have 310 weight, you aren't going to lose that 10 weight. So you're going to get that 10 weight back. So they're nice, cool, they're fun. They take a hell of a lot of logic just to make them not clog, to make them work properly. It's, for now, literally just not worth the hassle. But you don't see me having them. Yeah. And basically, the logic readers, or the weight readers, I think at the moment, maybe that's been fixed. They can't weigh over 1,000, because once the logic reader or the weight reader reads over 1,000, it goes back to a decimal, which takes it back to 1. So it's another reason why people just stop dealing with them. Because, stupidly enough, some countries use periods as commas for the 1,000 mark. If they would just use comma for commas and periods for where periods go, decimals, wouldn't have any of that issue. But I'm not a coder, so it could just be a simple computer coding issue that's causing that, and it has nothing to do with how a country puts in their 1,000 mark when they do numbers. Like I said, I'm not a coder, so what the hell do I know? Make sure these are over so we can actually get the windows where they need to be. This way now. A little bit easier than trying to go through bedrock. There we go. Now we can kind of see what we're doing. Press the window button to grab it, and again, it even looked away for a second and still didn't have the window. All right, let's see if we can back like this. In a certain spot, it's just hard to see. That gonna have to do a 180 for a little bit. Kind of hard to look past the drills to see where it's actually landing. Now, if we could adjust the draw distance on controller, it'd be better. I go over here, make it nice and short, press one of the bumper buttons. Work. That would do it up. But unfortunately, there's no way to reassign the scrolling of the mouse wheel function to the controller. So we're left to only adjust draw distance with the mouse wheel. But when they say partial controller support, that's what they mean. It's partial controller support. Pretty simple and easy to figure out. Go. Looks good. Estonia approves first Bitcoin crypto bank after new legislation. Bitcoin is up 3.75% to 19,305. Interesting. Sheffy went live? Nice. $29, nice. Let's been Twitch. Thursday Night Football, guess is the best. No, it's not what I wanted to go. Thursday Night Football. Follower only chat gone. It says Prime Video. I guess that's a function of Twitch. For the Browns versus the Steelers. I live near Cleveland, so all about the Brown stuffs. Funny though. Oh, yeah. But the Browns and the Steelers for football, they're longtime rivals. It's funny that Twitch is streaming it. So evidently they literally got written consent to do it. That's a big no-no with sports. Not a sports fanatic or a nut or anything, it's just knowing certain things always helps. One sports nut in a family is enough. Not me. I know enough of the sports to enjoy them. About it. They're gonna win or lose whether I watch it or not. brutes for them or not, I do have zero impact on how they play the game. Yeah. Still crazy to believe the 11,900 sales or combos. Wow. I knew I'd seen some that were basically giving you a free motherboard. But under $400, that's pretty nice. Especially when the 11,900K was about that price or more, obviously when it came out. How they go. I'd bought the 9,900K for $370 plus tax. It's basically gaming and streaming on one CPU. Takes a lot of CPU usage. Could not jump. And no hyper-threading kind of puts a kibosh on the game when you're trying to stream from the same CPU. So it really is core and multi-thread, very dependent. It also depends what game you're playing and trying to stream as well. What your stream settings are set at and everything. A lot of variables. Other people, yeah, like with 11,900K, could game and stream it. It was just people with less hardware than me were able to stream and play Icarus and get better FPS than I was with better gear, better hardware, which was just really weird. I'm like, okay, then obviously it's my stream settings that are, you know, lacking me out. Well, tried the game not streaming and it still sucked. I'm like, so what the fuck? Do I just need a better motherboard for the 9,900K or what? The answer was basically no, but it didn't hurt having a better motherboard because I went cheapo on the motherboard for the first round. But having two GPUs in the same motherboard, that's what was killing me. Oh shit, we forgot to finish up over here. Sidetracked. Wonder I looked over here and I had more to do. Oh, bitch. At least we have underneath the floor, past the floor done. That's always good. I'm modding duties, checking steps. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing. All these things closed up, we can run all 1,080 drones. About 500 or 600 lagged out the game. And dirt is being basically brought in from the last funnel. It takes, with low FPS, a good minute just for it to get down to the harvester. It's crazy. But the nice thing when there's not many resources being processed, in a sense, the FPS goes back up. But oddly enough, we're still getting the water pausing, even though there isn't any water going through the drills. Obviously not through the pipes going to the drills, so it's not a water issue with the drills, because we literally just turned the water off to the drill, so they're not running anymore. So basically, it's a resource pause at that point, which is very weird and confusing. Can't really do what I'm doing unless I bring it in a lot closer. And even then, you know. I guess the first thing I was wanting to do a video and get help on stuffs. Either is having a hard time doing it or they gave up on it. Because nothing's been posted in either Hydroneer's Discord or mine. And he had left probably a good half hour ago. So there's that. Alright, so that side should be done. But for only one resource to get stuck out of the harvester sounds weird. Sorry, but also it kind of started to sound a little trolly after a while too. Come up with a solution, but if you're not willing to try anything, have a good day, I guess. Yeah. Not much we can do for you if you're not willing to do anything to help your situation as well. Our windows worth kinda, but we have a lot of other ones to bump up as well, so that's fine. Let's get down here and see how this side it is. Looks good. Grab you. Go this way. Try. Yep. Down this way. Between here. Try that. Should be fine. Play so I can, when it's on, doesn't really matter which way I start. Oh, that's right, we were doing this up on here. It worked out really good. So I gotta get back far. Still gotta get back a ways. exactly behind the pipe this time. Way we can at least run up. Yeah, it's still kind of hard to get to. But not terrible. This way we can run back and forth. Would be nice if the sprint toggle stayed on until you untoggled it. Kind of like crouching. Maybe that'll be in the update. Don't know. But technically, the longer the update takes, the more weight they put into it. They want to get it out as fast as they can as well. But it hasn't even gone into testing phase yet for us Hydro nerds, as they put it, you know. That was better. I can just do it down here at the end of the. That way I can just run straight right into it. Hang on, grab it. I used to start my stream with this song. It was appropriate. Chill out, stomach. You had food a while ago. Breakfast bowl and 3 eggs. Dan had food. Chill out. I want more food. Only like 7 hours ago. But from what I hear, if you don't eat in 12 hours, your metabolism starts to slow down, because technically your body doesn't know when the fuck it's going to get more food. So, yeah. Oh yeah. These wars over, yeah. Really worried about that one, but it's fine. Pump, 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 pump. Free piece right there. See, I don't run into it. Just figures things out of saved. Yeah, on these stairs I don't run into that, but the single width stairs, it throws me right into, you know, the head hits the floor. Very weird. That's cleared out. Heights of that stuff later. Kind of wonder if it's 2 pieces. Stupid reason. That works. Don't get it. Alright, so that is widened out. To go on that. Rain or thunderstormies or anything scheduled for a couple days, which is kind of nice. So much action for the weather stream, but you know. Didn't want to pick up the damn drone. I can't put it back there either. What? Basically, I have to get rid of a piece of dirt first. Put it there for now. Wrap it out. Try this. There we go. Putting them up too close. Put the windows up close next to you, or on the row closest to you. You can't put windows through windows very easily. I mean, you can, but it's kind of hard to see exactly where they're really landing. Unless you use the green square aligner with the cube, then you can see. That can work. Tracker is another ball, the soccer commercial for Taco Bell, I guess. Yep, Taco Bell. Pretty good though. So good. Thank you guys for watching the ad. I do appreciate it. Seemed like that worked. Ah, autosave. Oh, I did grab it. Surprised. And to press the button, the X button to grab a window, and then everything paused. I'm like, oh. Autosave, gotcha. And then assumed that and grab the window. You know. It did. That was nice. Put this else there. No, actually not. Put it there. Ah, gotcha. Pack of dirt above that. Yeah, do it this way. That way it's not blocking us what we're doing with the window. If I put it here, I'd be blocking what I can see. Yeah. Double press my button, so I lost a window somewhere. There it is. I was gonna start looking through other windows, see which one was a little more cloudy. Because, look, you can't see through the window. And you add one onto another one, cloudy than the next one. Yes. But they did play with the window texture for a little bit. What Max had mentioned, they're working on a update for the windows, but it might make things more laggy. Oh, great. Wonderful. It might have been in the 0.7 update, 2.0.7, and then in the 0.8, I think they just reverted it back to the standard texture that the windows were before. Basically, the clearer texture only worked on the square windows and not anything else. The angled and triangular windows, no. That kind of sucked. Wasn't a big killer, just pretty much with them being a little more transparent, basically lets you see through them better. And when your character sees through stuff, it renders in more things, evidently. So, therefore, reason why it would induce more lag. That makes sense. Past 6.5 hours. I do want to take care of some of the lawn stuff tomorrow. Because I think weekend and after it's going to get a little bit warmer again, but lots of showers. If not warmer, just a lot of showers though. So it might not be a real late night tonight. Alright. More to do after doing the lawn stuffs. But the old saying, early to bed, early to rise. Which is that works for people, you know. Tried to run backwards and all I did was just run into stuff. Double making sure the windows are going where they're off one square, you know. That would suck. Wouldn't be the end of the world though. Have me saying, feed me. Like you get that empty pit in your stomach feeling. Good. Got to finish the other side. Wonder why I was seeing a bunch of stuff clearly. Damn good song there. That song is the second song on his latest album called Feel. Very awesome album. Check him out, SceneOfAction. Also seen on Twitch. Check him out anywhere. Good stuffs. He's a good guy. Waiting for him to get back to streaming on Twitch. But he's doing stuffs and top secret stuffs. So I have no idea what he's working on. But all of his music except one song is copyright free. One song is Hurricane that he collaborated with deadmau5, and deadmau5 owns the rights to that. So other than that, all his music is copyright free. Feel free to play it, stream it, whatever, you don't care. On stream he has given everyone verbal consent Don't really need consent if there's no copyright. Do it up, stream it, and just feel free to stream it on Twitch or, you know, video YouTube it or whatever. Don't care, just do it. Pretty much any advertising is great. More the better. He's basically a one-man band. We found out that he could stream his music, playing it on stream on Twitch, versus trying to sign a deal with, I want to say an area, but set up a gig at a place and, you know, perform there and, you know, cut a deal like, hey, you know, I'll take 20% of ticket sales, you know. Well, you're going to guarantee that you're going to actually have people come and listen to you, and then trying to make sure that happens, and obviously you get all the flyers and all that shit just to hope that people will come. And, you know, you owe the place a certain amount of money because you're basically renting time at that location. You hope you get $500 a night or something to pay for your time and everything, and you might make a couple $100 afterwards after all your putting into it and time and effort and everything, and paying for flyers and all that shit, you know, paying for your own overhead. And doing it on Twitch, you don't have to secure a time slot and hope that people come, you know. It's just so much easier for them. It's been working out 5 years strong now. Last year it was 4, so yeah, 5 years. Something like that, maybe more. Oh, shit. Placed it down somewhere. Yeah, it's better. Popped over there just in the nick of time. Seems pretty good. Too bad. relatively. From here, kind of put them over there. Need those here. Knowing where I'm putting stuffs. We're so good. Ah, shit. Not what I wanted. Too fast. Come over here and grab the windows. Got one of you fuckers. Always one. Guess like, really? That's locked? Yeah, it highlighted. Be able to grab it. Yeah, too bad. Can't really get in. Check on this stuff, see how it's doing. No plagos. Nice, very nice. That was close. Check that. 32, 22. 5. 14. Ooh, not bad. 200 away. Another 15. That's not bad. Too shabby. Crank that up a little bit. Not much more. Super lag fest now. Come on, let go. Getting there. ATM has a 0.9% chance of dropping. So there's that. Give you a thumbs up to you waving on there. The goof, I appreciate that, man. The Nerd Lounge is showing. Oh god, that's not good. Crazy. A lot of people in there with the trucking. Okay. This, you can pretty sure we. Shit. Oh no. Okay. At times, if you tip out the smelter right when ore is going in there, sometimes it won't smelt that one little chunk. Okay, we're 41 away. Bad. Closer I can get it to 15,000, the better. more in the, oh shit, that's crap. I'll let it finish out. Cloutium. Damn it. Tab out for 1 minute. Check the logs. And check it hard. It's almost done. Just get a little bit more, man. Where Chunkos, gotcha. Care about the iron. Dirt 2, just in case. Whatever. Alright, what do we get? Cloutium. Fast FPS now. And yeah, we're 40 over. So we'd gotten 80 at that point. That's not too bad. Ooh. Super fast. $15,000.11. Eesh. That's not coming close at all now. That's exactly as, wow, it really was 80. Jesus. That's, wow. I was just guessing that it was 80. Very nice. Very nice. 3 million. Crazy. But pretty close to 15,000 in 7 hours. Take steps, you know. Yeah, it's 40.38. Okay. Interesting. That was 76. Not too bad. Considering. Alright, let's check over here. Yep, and there's that. But that'll be the last ad for the night. Get on here. But, oh. I think I was just there. Should be good. Shoves it under her face. Alright, that's good. That's off. Go. Going up out of here. Get ourselves a thumbnail in. That's more windows. Not too bad there. Trying to get spot there. Freaking arrow thing. My mouse. Look quick. Trying to get the lighting on everything decent. That's not too bad. See all the pipes there. Thumbnail. That's how you do that. So we'll kind of leave that chunk of dirt there so we can kind of get a good spot, and basically people can see the progress that we've done and everything. So we've done a good amount of windows, even though we didn't really superly do this one high, but these are a little bit higher than they need to be. So on that, it's fine. I gotta do the tops of these. Got up pretty good there. That's bad. So you angle it, get your draw distance right. Works pretty good. So get back up in the same spot, and we'll save it for next time. But I do appreciate each and every one of you guys coming out tonight. And turn the menu, go. So that's it for me for tonight, guys. Oh, Elbone definitely feels it. So, 7-hour workday. On a half day or whatever. Put the desktop. Not on anymore. Controller's done, that's done. That's the midnight. Sounds good, seems good, does good, all that good stuff. Alright, so I will catch up with you guys later on. I don't know. Happy's still gonna be on for a while though. Too many things are up. Looking at the crypto steps. But I will catch up with you guys later. Give me about 5 or 10 minutes and I'll throw the weather stuff up for the night. We do have moderators that stay in the channel, so things are being monitorized, all that good stuff. So I will catch up with you guys later on. Thank you guys for coming out. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for joining the Discord. That's always nice. I will catch you guys later tomorrow because it's still Thursday. So sometime Friday evening. I try to shoot between 3 and 9 p.m. when I can. Eastern time. So catch you around then, guys. You have a great one. I do love you alls. Bye.